I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the filthy capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener. We are at the, hey, can you get me the Imperishable Flames stream key?
Oh, right.
We are at the foothills of the wonderful people in the Imperishable Flames. We are doing an 8-song stream, dear listener. I know it's 1:27 a.m. on the East Coast, but that doesn't matter. The metal must be metalized. Plus, none of y'all are going to work tomorrow because it's Turkey Day, so don't even try with the, hey, we need time to rest or something like that. Stop it. All right, here we go. The big homie, my little brother, Ben Bear, has a song, and the name of the song is read it again. It's a Turkish, it's a Hungarian song.
I'm gonna let you do it.
Okay, so there's that movie Tenet. Remember the movie Tenet?
Yeah.
And the language was Hungarian.
Oh,
they were saying
okay.
that Hungarian was one of the hardest languages to learn. Okay,
well, I
so
can tell you it's hard to read.
So this is a Hungarian band, so you're probably not going to understand the lyrics, but it's the vibe, okay? Now, the name of this song is Catafalque-Piros Kocsi, which Fekete Edge, which means red car, black night. I completely destroyed that pronunciation. If you're in Hungarian, I apologize. I have a high school education, dear listener. Okay? I was in high school education, and then I got,
They never did do that class with us.
They never did that class with me, and I have significant head injuries, which I've never talked about, but here we are. Okay. Read this.
All right. I sent that picture to you.
Thank you very much.
So Ben Bear has said, again, I found myself hit with another amazing, surprising album that came out of left field for me. I have never been much of a Catafalque, how did you say it? Fan, but something about the album art just drew me in and made me give it a chance. Other than the songs that have been done by Vin and Sori on this channel, which Neil apparently picked one of those, I never listened to this band. But from the get-go, this album had me. We are going to listen to the opening track. Apparently translates to Red Car Black Night. Sit back and enjoy listening to all the pleasant sounds.
And Ben has the lyrics in English.
Right here. I'm gonna just send the English ones, okay?
Yeah, there it is. Okay. So we're gonna follow along in English. Now obviously the cadence is not gonna be the same, okay, because they're Hungarian, but we're gonna get the gist of what he was trying to say lyrically. So sit back and relax, dear listener. This is the big homie, little bro Benji. Little bro Benji. Here we go. Song number 1 with the hold on, let me pull up the Imperishable Flame. Shout out to who's that? Who's my brother? What's his name? Kai. Shout out to Kai. Good to see you, baby.
Oh, Kai is here. Hello.
Good to see you, Kai.
Oh my gosh, Kai, I was showing our daughter that's an author, so she's, very artsy herself. Your pictures, she was like, wow, what? Wow. Every time I scroll to another one, she said, you know the person that took those pictures?
This is probably too much information, but we had Kai's he sent us a picture of one of his pictures that he took that he blew up. Yep. We had that at the wall in our bed.
You know what I was thinking?
For literally years until we moved to Florida. If
we still have that one is in storage. I hope that they didn't squish it somehow when it was in storage. But we could take that one because that one is mostly blues, and then we take the new ones that he said that are more orange and reds.
Oh,
and
that's
we can
me
side by side that shit.
Right, because you're okay. That's good. So way too much information about our bedroom. But
strike that from the record. Now we're
strike
going
that from the record.
Okay, this is all going to get blocked anyway.
When
I don't have to worry.
When I say that these people are in our lives, oh, whoa, I got a song? Good. When I say that these people in our lives, I'm not joking, dear listener. You got a lot of subs or whatever, but we've got a certain core group of people, and they've been with us for years, and we've shared some I've got a very different connection with Kai. I also have a connection with the big homie Ben Bear. All right, I do love you, man. I do love you. Look, I told Sori in the intermission, I'm like, okay, we're all friends. We're officially friends now because this is what it is to be in a relationship with me.
Gosh.
All right, guys, here we go. Song number 1 from Ben Bear. Let's go. What's the end time?
The first 4 minutes.
4 minutes? Even? different, man. It's almost like that band, the one Zoe likes. Woo! That's literally the song? Son of a bitch.
I bet that's a cool one to listen to. The album.
Was it going right into the next one?
Yeah, it sounded like it was. Yeah, it stops at 4 minutes, so.
Okay. So for all the pain and suffering, I genuinely like that song. And I was very prepared. I'm like, I'm going to give this one the worst rating of all time. But I genuinely love this song.
Oh, man.
Middle actually said he grew up around Hungarian people, but he never spoke the language.
Oh, really?
Middle, do you agree that Hungarian is one of the more difficult languages? I don't know if it's like a difficult language to learn or if it's a difficult language for English speakers to learn.
Oh.
Right? I don't know if it's a syntax issue or whatever, but anyway, he's going to let me know. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So I didn't get a chance. Prasaya, what's up, buddy? Gang, gang, gang. Good to see you, baby. Good to see you. Come and welcome.
Welcome. Okay, so what were you going to say?
Okay, he's saying yes, both.
That it's hard?
So he grew up with them, and it's hard for English speakers to decipher
or is he saying
how to
it's
sing
both?
that language.
Notwithstanding.
Super chat. Shout out to Finn and Sorry, my brother and sister. I love the Village Gang, but there are some weirdos that don't mind capping for the gram. Only I know fully what he means by that, dear listener.
I was like, I don't know what he means.
All this sweating, and now it feels anticlimactic.
Apple, you'll have to send me a message on Patreon. I didn't know what you mean.
Yeah, like that was a legendary Vin and Sorry moment that we had. That's going to be one of those like when we do our last sign off that we're going to have to review. Like we're going to review like top 10 moments. We'll call it the Thanksgiving Day Massacre.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That little kerfluffle was the Thanksgiving Day Massacre. So when we finally do like it's been fun. It's been real, guys. We're done with the channel. We're going to have to go through that. All right, here we go. Here we go. Time clatters on the rails. The wind runs down on the hills. Run with me, life, whisper the tales. Where does my train fly? Where does it lead? Where does my train fly? Remember, there's a language thing here because we're translating from Hungarian to English. I was here for a top 10 moment. Yeah, CISO. You're probably going to be here for the number 1 moment when we finally debut our video. All right. Mm-hmm. Where does my train fly? Where does it lead? Death. The conductor. Okay, well, fly might be a word, right? Because you're going up in death. So the train is going up to death, right?
Well, how does it say?
Because he says, where does my train fly? Where does it lead? Death, the conductor, stands on the platform. Dream escapes with me through the lamplight beam. Into the night, I go all alone. Those traveling in this line have never seen me and never will.
I kind of like this. It's a little bit smoother, I think.
What?
Here.
Different lyrics?
No, it's the same lyrics, but just translated on an app. The time clatters on the rails. The wind runs it. It goes down the mountains, you run with me. Life, roar the stories. Where does it, I don't know, maybe it's not. Where does it fly? Where does my train take me? Death is the railway man on the platform. Run
You
away
think
with
those
me.
lyrics
No,
are
I
better?
guess not. I guess not.
Man, you guys out here complicating shit that don't need to be complicated, bruh.
Well, I just figured maybe it would start a fight and then we could be closer. I don't know.
I mean, if Hunter, if you have my phone number, I'm a text away, bruh. It's not like I'm gonna change my phone number once we stop the channel, bruh. I tell you, I love you. I mean it. Okay, so I'm gonna reread this again with your new lyrics. Okay, actually, no, I'm gonna go to Ben's lyrics because Ben is the one that paid for the song. Hey, you guys, you man. Just
Time clatters on the rails. The wind runs down on the hills. Run with me. Life whisper the tales. Yeah, Ben's is better. Where does my train fly? Where does it lead? Death, the conductor, stands on the platform. Dream escapes me with me through the lamplight beam. Into the night I go all along.
Ben, I went back to your lyrics, brother. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I already knew. Sori's just trying to troll me now because she knows I am. Time clatters on the rails, the wind runs down on the hills. Run with me, life, whisper the tales. Where does my train fly? Where does it lead? Death, the conductor, stands on the platform. Dream escapes with me through the lamplight beam. That's like the train thingamajig. Into the night I go all alone. Those traveling on this line have never seen me and never will. So was he a ghost? See what I'm saying? He's on the train.
Wait, he said, where does my train fly? So it does seem like it left the rails.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the train is going upward, right? The time clatters on the rails, the wind runs down the hills, and then it says, where does my train fly? Where does it lead? And then he says, death is the conductor. So it's kind of weird because he's combining metaphors because it looks like the people on the train don't see him and they never will see him. So it's almost like he's a ghost. But if the train is going up into the air, then aren't they all dead? So I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I see.
Into the night, I go all alone. Those traveling on this line have never seen me and never will. Okay, so this is really interesting. So the train is going upwards, and death is the conductor. And the platform dream escapes him through the lamplight beam, which I'm assuming is life. You know, the whole life is just a dream thing. Because, there was that Chinese philosophical problem, which was there was once a caterpillar, and the caterpillar had a dream that he was a butterfly. And in the dream, when he was a butterfly, he didn't remember being a caterpillar. And then he woke up from the dream, and the question the philosopher asked is, was he actually just a caterpillar who dreamt of being a butterfly, or was he a butterfly the entire time? And how could you know the difference? And the idea of that thought experiment was to say, like, how do you know the difference between the dream state and the waking state, especially for people like you who are lucid dreamers, where the dream is essentially like a movie, right? Like, that's a very, I don't know, troubling question. But when you do the research on people with near-death experiences, they always say that the place that they went to, whatever you want to call it, is more real than here. Where when you have people that have near-death experiences, they say they were more alive and they sensed everything at such a higher degree than when they were in their body.
Yeah.
And so, like, it's kind of like that would tend to the idea that this life is really the simulation, and the other thing, wherever they went to, is the reality. And so it's like merrily, life is just a dream. And then it says right here, the platform dream escapes with me through the lamplight beam. Into the night I go all alone. This is not a very good situation to be in. If you're in your afterlife and you're traveling down a road and it's getting progressively darker, you need to call out to Jesus. I'm so, you have no idea. I'm so sincere. If you get into some horrible, horrific accident or something like that, and you start going down a dark tunnel, just say Jesus. He'll get you. Into the night I go.
I think I
Go
think
ahead.
a lot of times that, like, the reasons why we all go through different experiences of, like, the dark night of the soul or whatever through our lives is because they're all mini experiences that are leading us up to the final one. And, like, you'll say, you know, people always revert to their training. And, like, if you live this life where every time it gets dark, whether it's physically, spiritually, soulishly, like your go-to is Jesus, then there is no state that you're going to find yourself in after you die that you will not call out his name.
Right. And you may find yourself in that situation, dear listener. BC, it's all fun and games until them people start leading you down that hallway, my brother. I got a nice video that you may want to watch. It's not all fun and games all the time, my brother. Okay, into the night I go all alone. Though traveling on this line, have never seen me and never will.
Yeah, see, so when he said that, it kind of sounded like, I thought that, like, because he's mixing metaphors of, like, the train being a life, but then it's also the conductor is death, and time clatters on the rails, but then, now the train is flying. So I wasn't sure if the train itself is life, and he's talking about how in this life nobody saw me and nobody will. Like, both. Like, he dies and he becomes a ghost, but even in life he was a ghost. Nobody saw him.
Those traveling on this line and never seen. Oh, good. Yeah, that fixes it. Damn, that sucks, bro.
Mm-hmm.
To go, it's interesting. I was doing a lot of commentary on Middle America. And one of the people that I was commenting on kept saying that she didn't feel seen, or she felt seen by whatever politician or whatever. And at the time, this was like a couple hours ago, I was in war mode, and I kind of like glossed over that. I didn't really talk about that because I don't believe that it's a politician's job to make me feel anything. I cannot relate to wanting a politician to take care of you emotionally or something like that. I don't understand that. Mm-hmm. And so because of that, I just brushed over it. But when you look at it from this perspective, those traveling on this line have never seen me and never will. Yeah, I totally believe the track is this life. And he went through his entire life not being seen. And I think being seen and being known here are probably synonymous. And it's really fascinating because even God himself has this desire. Mm-hmm. God himself has the desire to be seen and to be known. And so it's at the most fundamental, because God is love, and love is always other oriented. But love ultimately is knowledge of the other person, and the knowledge that you have of that person and the complete acceptance of that person, flaws and all. Now, in the Trinity, there are no flaws to accept. Mm-hmm. And so one of the heretical ideas that I have that I throw out to people once a year is, it's as if the Father looked at the Son from all eternity and said, I love you so much, dude. Even if you were not perfect, I would still love you. But there's no way to demonstrate that because the Son is a perfect being within himself. And so God creates people in the image of his Son who do have the capacity to sin, and then loves those people to the same degree that he loves Christ, thereby demonstrating to Christ, I told you I would love you unconditionally even if you sinned. And now we have the body of Christ, which is the church, which is made up of trillions of sins that God forgave. And so at the end, when Christ, it says, to him who was able to keep you from falling and present you unstained before his glorious presence with great joy. So when the Father presents the church when the Son presents the church to the Father and says, hey, I did it, I closed the deal, the scripture says that he will not be ashamed to call them brothers and sisters. And so it's this thing where Jesus says, look at all these people, they strayed from you, bro, I got them for you, boom, they're here, I know you're happy because I know you couldn't be happy without these people. And then the Father says to the Son, I told you I would love you even if you sinned, and now here are all these people that make up your body who are full of sin, and I forgave them for your sake, because I told you from eternity past I loved you that much.
And on the cross, he became sin, who knew no sin.
Right, he became sin who knew no sin so that we could be the righteousness of God.
So not only he created people in his image, in the image of his son, and they were sinful, but on top of that, the actual image of his son takes on sin on the cross.
Right.
To bring us
right.
joyfully before the Father.
Right. And so, like, that's the story. Mm-hmm. And so from that perspective, it's like, I know that everybody wants to be known. But people don't just want to be known. They don't just want to be seen. They want to be seen and have somebody say, it's good to see you. Mm-hmm. Right? Mm-hmm. Ben, you might be a little too young for this, but there used to be this show called Cheers. And the theme song goes, sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. Dun, 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 dun. And they're always glad you came. Dun, dun, dun. You want to be, troubles are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name. So, God is a person, and in the biblical world, the name is not just, hey, Vincent, whatever. Your name is actually the sum total of who you are as a being. So when it says, for the glory of the name of God, right? The name there is not Yahweh per se. It's about the entire totality of his being. We're giving glory to the name of God in that sense. And so God knows my name. Mm-hmm. And God sees me. And God knows me. All of it. Flaws and all. And so I am seen, I'm known, and I'm loved. That does not mean that I don't crave human knowing and human knowledge and human love from my kids and all and from you guys and all the rest of it. I was reaching out to Middle a couple days ago. I said, hey man, if you think about me, pray for me or whatever. It's really cool to be able to have people in your life that know you, right? And so, like, this song is, man, that line is tough, man. Those traveling on this line have never seen me and never will. It's a tough line. Where does my train fly? Where does it lead? My heart, such a tiny power without a star. It has but nothing. Time chatters on the rails. The wind runs on blackened waters. Run with me. Life whispers the tales still. Whew. I'm too much of an introvert for your dog God. Yeah, I mean, you talk a big game, BC, but I'm going to see you, and you know I'm going to see you when this is all over. When you're peacing out, BC, you're going to look up to heaven, you're going to say, listen, if the God of Vinensori is real, I want him, and that's going to be enough. And I'm going to see you in 500 years, my boy. That's a fact. All my friends are coming with me. You know, I'm not going to, I generally... I'm not going to say that. That's for another time.
I was listening to this near-death experience of a pastor, which I thought was interesting because usually they stick away from those stories. I have not heard any from a pastor before. So I was a little surprised to see this one. Anyway, one of the things that he said was, guess like when he got there, he said the crowd that came was mind-blowing because he said it was not only the people that your life changed by influence or the ones that you spoke to and things changed, but like anybody that your life touched with bringing this amazing thing about God to them, this truth about Jesus Christ, like all of those people, it wasn't just them, but it was every single person that they touched after. So it was basically the crowd, just like he said, it was like it was so many people, it was incredible. So he said the crowd that, like, I don't know, like welcomed each person in was just...
Yeah, I remember being at my mom's funeral, man. It was like 5, 6 of us there, and I'm like, this is some bullshit. My mom used to work at a psych ward. She used to bring people from the psych ward to live with us.
That's
my mom,
such a sacrifice,
like,
man.
People have no... My mom was crazy. The shit. She touched hundreds and thousands of people. And I'm sitting there, like, giving her a eulogy, and there's like 5, 6 people here. I'm like, this is some bullshit. But then I thought about the homecoming she had. It must have been crazy. It must
Yeah,
have been,
because
must
there's
have been
no
crazy.
time, so all of them.
Yeah, it must have been crazy. I love this right here. God knows my indigenous name. He'll call me by my language when it's my time. Subhanallah. He's going to call you by that name. And the other thing, Dwayne, is that he has a name
That's what I was thinking, yep.
for you that nobody, not even your indigenous people, have ever heard before. And Jesus says, that name is between you and I. So you're gonna have two names. It's gonna be crazy. But that's such a beautiful way to put it, man. He says, God knows my indigenous name and he'll call me by my language when it's my time. It's the best story in the world. It's the best story in the world. Well, Vin, what are you gonna say to all these ghouls tonight? You know what it is. You know what I'm gonna say to them people. I really like this song. Obviously, Shaitan didn't want us to do this song, okay? And he used my crazy attitude. All right. There's probably, this is probably the review that gets BC in. Right. This is a review that got BC into heaven. So congratulations to you, Ben. Just make sure that you join.
And look, it didn't block us.
Yeah, mashallah. Make sure that you join BC because we don't want to be up there and be like, yo, where's Ben? Where's Ben? I go to Jesus. Hey, where's Ben? And he goes, hey, says, hey, let's talk about something else. I'm like, nah, bro, where's Ben? Well, look at that castle over there. Nah, where's Ben? Well, he played you over that Thanksgiving thing. I never let him go. Jesus wouldn't do that. He ain't gonna do that to me. Ben, you coming too.
You're all coming.
Ben, you coming. Archero's coming. Everybody I love is coming. That's it. Period. End of story. End of story. You guys, I'm not even joking with you. All the shit we all been through together, man, I'm not gonna be happy in 200 years if I don't see every one of y'all. Stop pretending and warring against your creator and trust Jesus. All right, this is a 9.2. I really like this song. 9.2.
9.3.
The BC is Southern man. After that beautiful, beautiful thing that I said to him, BC goes, I'm going to get more lithium at the hospital. Much love. You're not doing any such thing as 2 o'clock in the morning, bitch. We know you ain't going nowhere. Stop it. No, Mr. Lamb, I'm not going to stop the religious shit.
You keep reacting. It's lit.
I'm not going to stop the religious shit. Now I don't know you very much. And I'm not gonna lie to you. You're not very close to my heart. So
no, stop this.
It's not something I'm concerned about for you.
I mean, it is getting late for some people. So
I want to get a stream from you ghouls, you goofs, but I also want to keep it fair and safe and fiscally viable. I need to know how to reach out, bro. You got my number, don't you? Hey, send me an email, vinitsorry@gmail.com. If you don't have my number, man, my bad. I thought you had my number. I thought we've been vibing for years, bro. Send me an email, vinitsorry@gmail.com, and send me a text. We're gonna work something out.
And then Vin will give you the secret email, so you can.
Then I'll give you the.
Send me the details. Cause
yeah. You'll be in the.
I'm not the best admin person, but
Well, she's a better admin person than me.
This is true.
I told you it was 9.3. I gave it a 9.3.
No, I gave it a 9.3, right? Do you give it a 9.2?
All right, 9. I'm going to raise it up to a 9.3 because I really liked it. I'll see.
9.3 is across the board.
He said, "Well, I'm not going to get to any lithium. I'm just going to get a beer. You got a beer in the fridge, BC. Get your beer, and then
sit back down.
We'll get back after the commercial break. Okay? Stay tuned, guys. We got more songs to go. Vin out.
Sorry out.
We're coming right back. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at sorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a
Saber.
To be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy merch indeed! A child shall lead them.
To buy all merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener. You see this fire here? Ooh, ah! That's the Imperishable Flames, dear listener. They are a collective.
Women have like crazy hands because we cook. So we can handle a lot more heat.
Ben, it was a beautiful song, man. I'm not going to lie to you. And it created a beautiful thingamajiggy.
All right, we are up to Led Zeppelin.
Fired off an email. I think it's the right one. Good.
Yeah, I responded.
All right, timestamp is 39/20/20. We should probably do 40. Just do 40. Okay, so the next song is
Led Zeppelin, Battle of Evermore.
Okay, actually stop because I didn't download it. So talk to the people.
Okay, well, there's a long thing to read, so it's going to give you time to download.
Sure.
Or no?
Go. Yeah. I mean, sure. Do it. Let's go.
All right, so this song was picked by Dwayne, our resident. Well, really.
Well, Dwayne is a Beatles guy.
He's a Beatles guy, but I was going to say.
So he had a choice, and he didn't choose the Beatles.
Yeah, I wonder why.
I'm starting to have second thoughts about our support of Dwayne. And that interview we have with John Lennon. I don't know if I can include...
You may not be able to ask any questions.
I don't know if I can include Dwayne in that meeting. But continue. Go ahead.
He says, my selection for tonight's epic stream is a haunting epic folk song from the legendary band Led Zeppelin. This 1971 song is from the iconic Untitled album we affectionately call Led Zeppelin 4. This song also is the one and only duet song in their catalog.
Really?
With guest singer Sandy Denny from the folk rock band Fairpoint Convention. Robert Plant felt the song needed a second voice to play off each other in terms of storytelling. Plant playing the role of narrator and Denny the role of town crier. And Denny...
The girl.
Right, okay. Well, they went with the last name, so it threw me off for a second there. The song has been described as a mystical creation in fantasy medievalism. Its lyrics are based and pulled from J.J.R. Tolkien's Lord of the Rings storytelling. Mm-hmm. The song also revolves around the battle between good and evil. Interesting song to follow the last song. Mm-hmm. Now, the story about how the music was created. Jimmy Page, who never played the mandolin before, picked up John Paul Jones' instrument and created the chords and music in one setting. This song only has a mandolin and acoustic guitar and required no percussion at all. Although the visuals in this particular video is stunning, try listening to it intently with eyes wide shut. It will take you to another world we call Middle Earth. In honor of this venture into the netherworlds, I want to dedicate this to a special person. Through his friendship and generosity, I can offer such an iconic song. This is for you, the one and only Middle Earth. That's so cute.
The great and powerful Middle Earth. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. Here we go, children.
Let's do this.
Here we go, children. Children must learn.
It always takes my heart when they do stuff for each other.
I know. You're going to start crying all the time. Oh, people love each other. I love when people love each other.
Yay. They see each other.
All right, guys, here we go. Shout out to Mr. Lamb. Mr. Lamb, you've got to... Look, there's a lot of pain and suffering, okay, that happens to people close to my heart. I'm not sure that you want that kind of action, my boy. It's a horrible existence. Sori will tell you. Ben will tell you. All right, guys, here we go. Here we go. Song numero dos from the Imperishable Flames. Get me those lyrics, babe. Here we go. Led Zeppelin, The Battle of Evermore. If you are a Lord of the Rings fan, you should be listening to this song right now. Let's go! Lyrics.
Queen of Light took her bow, and then she turned to go. The Prince of Peace embraced the gloom and walked the night alone. Dancing in the dark of night, sing to him more. Dark Lord rides in force tonight, and time will tell us all. Thunder down in the valley below. I'm waiting for the angels of Babylon, waiting for the eastern glow. The apples of the valley, oh, the seeds of happiness. Ground is rich from tender care, repay, do not forget. No, no, dance in the dark night, sing to the morning light. Apples turn to brown and black, the tyrant's face is red. War is the common cry, pick up his swords and the sky is filled with good and bad, mortals never know. Oh well, the night is long, the beats of time pass slow. Tired eyes on the sunrise, waiting for the eastern glow. The pain of war cannot exceed the woe of aftermath. The drums will shake, the castle wall, the ring razor out in black. Ride on! Raise your right on, shoot straight to them before. No comfort has the fire at night that lights the face so cold. Dance in the dark of night, sing till the morning light. Red and gold to bring the balance back, bring it back. At last the sun is shining, the clouds are blue or white. With flames from the dragon of darkness, the sunlight blinds his eyes.
Visuals are crazy. That harmony is crazy.
Bring it back, 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 bring it back. Oh now, oh now, oh now, oh now, oh now, oh now.
My boy Strider, when they first introduced dude, I had no idea who, When 275 finally texts me, that's going to be his nick. Everybody's got a nick in my thingamajiggy. When 275 finally texts me, he's going to be Strider. I don't know like how true to the books the movies were, but man, there is no badder-assed introduction of a character than Strider in that tavern, bro. My boy had the hoodie up, and he was smoking the little thing. He's like, he said something to the effect of, you guys are too stupid to run or something like that. I was like, bruh, who is that masked Anglo-Saxon? That guy's going to save us all. I knew it from the beginning, dear listener. I'm actually tempted after this, because I'm not going to go to sleep. I'm actually tempted to watch some old school Lord of the Rings. I might do that shit, I might do it. I saw Lord of the Rings.
No, I believe that you're going to watch some political stuff and get more Schadenfreude. You've been on that shit for days.
Well, these people, they just give you no shortage of content. Of content. It's very hard not to take pleasure in these people's meltdowns and their destruction.
Oh God. Okay. Anyway.
Hey. Middle Earth. Find some way to text Strider my number. Oh, there it is right there. Are you frightened? Not nearly frightened enough. There it is right there. See, Archero.
As if you guys remember these things.
These people are insane. They're all like mega smart, literally. I don't want to be in a debate.
I can't even remember the person's name that I just watched the movie on.
I don't remember my own children's name. I always called Reza Seneca.
It happens all the time.
And then I remember I used to get Dorian.
You call Ryan
I used to get Dorian and Jamie confused all the time, right?
Yes, all the time.
Rest in peace to the homie.
That's an interesting mashup.
Yeah.
I understand the Dorian Orion thing. They're very similar, those two.
Dorian and Orion are the same person in different bodies, bro.
So friggin' weird.
Yeah, it's like the Trinity. It's like, what is going on here? Kind of the inversion. Okay. We got this epic music in the background. Everybody's on their steed.
Let's do it!
Then 275 is like, that's all right. They're dead already. Put down the swords. It's okay. I cleared the entire place. Roll credits. Seriously, put the Rangers in there.
It's like when we play Fortnite sometimes.
Yeah, not a lot of tactical discipline, but they're going to fuck shit up.
Vinny goes in, he's like, sorry, go right. And he goes left. And he runs into everybody, and I have to go so far around the right. I'm going around 3 sides. He's like, where were you? I go around, everybody's gone.
I'm trying to make you do an L. We're trying to do an L.
Yeah, but if you're around something big and you're both on this corner, I gotta go 1, 2, 3.
Are you actually going to argue with me about tactics?
No, I'm saying you take all the kills for yourself, and I come and only find loot.
That's all you need.
No! I want to kill folk too! On the game! Unless you're coming after my kids, in which case, I don't know.
She will hurt you. Sing to the morning light, the Dark Lord rides in force tonight, and time will tell us all. Oh, throw down your plow and hoe, rest not to lock your homes. Side by side we wait the might of the darkest of them all. I hear the horses thunder down in the valley below. I'm waiting for the angels of Avalon, waiting for the eastern glow. The apples of the valley hold the seeds of happiness. The ground is rich from tender care. Repay, do not forget, no, oh, dance in the dark of night. Sing to the morning light. The apple turns to brown and black. The tyrant's face is red. Oh, the war is common cry. Pick up your swords and fly. The sky is filled with good and bad that mortals never know. Oh, well, the night is long. The beads of time pass slow. Tired eyes on the sunrise, waiting for the eastern glow. The pain of war cannot exceed the woe of aftermath. The drums will shake the castle wall. The ring wraiths ride in black. Ride on! Sing as you raise your bow. Shoot straighter than before. No comfort for the fire at night that lights a fate so cold. Oh, dance in the dark of night. Sing to the morning light. The magic runes are written gold. To bring the balance back. Bring it back. At last the sun is shining. The clouds of blue roll by with flames from the dragon of darkness. Get out of my way. The sunlight blinds his eyes. Oh, bring it back, and then he says bring it back a bunch of times. What a brilliant set of lyrics. Brilliant set of lyrics. Okay, so what are you thinking?
I mean, it sounds like war shit. You know, everybody's going together. They're going to battle, like the Vikings, like the Lord of the Rings, like all those. You know,
Lord of the Rings was the first time that the romanticism of war hit me. But it was interesting because if you look at especially what Strider said to the boys at the beginning, saying you're not as frightened as you should be, like that, there were warnings in that book about romanticizing war. But you know, when you see it in a movie, it's like, well, it's a 3-hour movie, and you know that's that one little scene. But there were things all through that situation that was not. But even when one of the main characters died, because I don't want to give a spoiler to anybody, but there's one character that just got like they just made a pincushion out of the dude with arrows, and it was a pretty. If you actually know what arrows do to people, it's a pretty gruesome way to die. But he gave 110%, like the dude wouldn't die. And he was protecting these littles. And I just remember watching that, and I remember thinking to myself, I do not want to leave this earth any other way. And it was crazy because I was in a mental institution at the time. They used to take us to the movies once a week. If you took all your meds on schedule and stuff like that, they would take you to the movies. We were in a high risk, whatever. These are people that like attempted, but like they were serious. They weren't, you know, just accident that you survived. And so like we were like, it was like a max security, you know. I did a walkthrough one time in a max security prison. I was like, holy shit. But it wasn't like that, but it was, you know, you were heavily monitored. There were people doing rounds every hour, even when you were asleep. And then I got put in another. I missed the movie 1 week because that whole situation. But yeah, like the Lord of the Rings, and I'm like, we had like 2 or 3 choices of what to pick. And my man Ed is my best friend, my first gay friend, Ed Mank. Shout out to Ed. Rest in peace to the homie. He was like, no, you're going to want to watch Lord of the Rings. Literally, he talked like that. No. And I said, isn't there another? There was one where this dude was like behind enemy lines type 9 or something like that. And I wanted to go see it. And he's like, it's nonsense. Don't watch it.
That's where he said nonsense?
Yeah, nonsense. He said nonsense all the time. Nonsense. You want to see Lord of the Rings. I'm like, all right, man, I'll go with you, man. Let's see Lord of the Rings. And like, it just blew my freaking mind, man. It blew my mind. Just like the build up. And I really began to see like the fellowship that war creates. And so when I saw that scene of that guy dying with all the arrows in him, like it made me say like, and it was crazy because everybody in our row that was watching that movie had a failed suicide attempt. So it was crazy. Like we're watching this movie and this guy's dying.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't want to leave the earth in any other way. And oddly enough, that guy's death in that movie was one of the things that got me out of the hospital.
Wow.
Because I didn't want to die in a sort of selfish, self-absorbed way. I figured if you're gonna die, wouldn't it be much cooler to die for something as beautiful and virtuous as that? Hey, you're cool, Vil. You and I have similar names, and I was just getting anxious, waiting for the reaction. I'm a hardcore Zepp fan, so I have to stay up all night if I have to anyway. Okay. I'm with you, V. It's all good. Thank you for the communication, though, for real. Hey, JP's here. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone.
You're not working. Hopefully you have Thanksgiving off.
It's not crazy, Vin. Dying for people you said you protect is pretty legit. In fact, I can't think of a better way to die than to save someone that needs saving. Yeah, man. Like, obviously, as a Christian, like that's the goal. But even if I wasn't a Christian, look, death is inevitable. And I just don't. I'd much rather go out that way than like be like 95 and have all these people have to take care of me and all this shit. But that doesn't really mean much coming from me because I was in the institution because I was suicidal. So there's no real virtue in the way that I'm talking about it. You know what I'm saying? 275 likes his life. So
when you describe that and you say like, you know, being old, just having everybody taking care of you. Whenever I think of getting old, I don't think of like. I think of when I was in the hospital taking care of people and like looking for wisdom from the older, like what do you have, like, because you're this old, you must have something to give to me at this age, you know. And I think I see where you're coming from, and I do know that aspect of you, so I understand where you're coming from, but I also think that wisdom wise and stuff that you would be a great old person.
Yeah, I disagree. I don't think I'd be a good old person. I don't think I'll
Wisdom wise, so you have this young person coming in to take care of you. You're just going to be like just a jerk to the entire time.
I probably would.
You'd see that. No, what would happen is, you know, they'd come in and they'd be miserable one of the days. Then you'd be like, "What's going on with you?" Because you switch like that when you'll be like in a certain type of mood, and then like all of a sudden, like that lady in the line. You were all in that grouchy mood, and then she was having a translation issue, and then you turn into a different person. Whatever. Well, we already brought it up, so you already lost your kingdoms. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. But anyway, like, I think about that. Like, you know, I wouldn't necessarily want to be super old, but at the same time, like, if it does happen that way, like...
You would definitely be one of those older, wiser... people, right?
That's my goal. Like that's my goal is to be like.
And I think God's gonna give that to you. I don't have that.
I understand.
Yeah, I have no interest whatsoever. I have no interest in schooling like a new generation of people in my 90s. Like, no, man. Like, I would rather. Yeah, like for the people I love, for my boys, for my guys, like, yeah, especially, you know, if, you know, like other situations where, you know, you weren't able to come through for people and they died, you know? So you kind of have a debt to pay. Yeah, that's just it. You know? So hopefully, you know, I can make that right one day. But yeah, man, that song was incredible. The song is incredible because, like, it just took me back to the first time I saw that movie. Like, everybody's seen that movie a bunch of times and things like that, man. But, like, the very first time, especially, like, I hadn't read any of the books. And so, like, I had never seen anything like that beautiful, and the Shire and
in the
like
theater.
Oh yeah, I saw it in the theater, and like you were immediately like halfway into the movie, you started feeling the pain of these people when
Did you say the nostalgia?
Yeah, because Samwise Gamgee was talking about, you remember Mr. Frodo who used to be in the Shire and blah 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 blah. Like he's reminiscing on that because everything was so dark and they got to climb up this horrible, you know what I'm saying? So you know, Sam's getting the nostalgia moment with Frodo about living in the Shire, and I felt that, and I'm like, damn, that was only an hour ago. Obviously, in these people's lives, it was like years ago, but to us, it's only an hour ago. But man, I felt that shit. Like, damn. I remember looking at the whole Shire scene, and I'm so glad they spent a lot of time on it, because it was like, yeah, man, these people had a simple life, but it was fun, and there was merrymaking and all the rest of it, and you wanted that, and you know, 9/11 had just happened. You know what I'm saying? And America was kind of like the Shire pre 9/11. And so it was just a very impactful kind of, like, I saw both of those I saw two movies in the hospital that literally changed my life and the life of a lot of other people. And it was that and Black Hawk Down. And I saw those movies back to back at that hospital. I have no idea why they they let us watch Black Hawk Down. But man, and Ed was a vet. And so like he actually knew somebody and lost somebody in Mogadishu. And so like he, you know, so like I, you know, when we were driving back home after Black Hawk Down, like he was explaining stuff to me and all this, and one of the dudes that he went to school with went out, you know, and it was bad. But yeah, man, that those two movies like back to back was just like crazy. Like the one hand, it was like, yo, everybody's trying to get back to the Shire, and whatever it takes to get back to the Shire, and whatever you need to do, you just do it. And yeah, those two movies had such a massive impact on my life. But yeah, man, beautiful song. Led Zeppelin's a crazy band. This one's getting a 9.5 from me.
9.2 for me.
9.2 for you? Mm-hmm. All right, dear listener, don't go anywhere. We have just begun to fight. Yes, dear listener, we have just begun to fight. We are coming right back with another crazy song. I literally got a warm fuzzy, and I have heard it many times. Yeah, man, Lord of the Rings, man, good night. Forget it. That's just pure poetry. Where are the atheist J.R. Tolkien's? Where are the atheist C.S. Lewis's, Don't know where they are. We continue. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that.
Tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
We are still at the beginning. Hold on.
Still at the beginning of what?
We are still at the very beginning of our Imperishable Flames stream. The song coming up next is, you have that picture I sent to you? Mm-hmm. Northerner, Mirror of Madness. What an interesting title. Northern Scoundrel, aka Controller of Minds, picked this one. He's got that picture. He says, I saw Northerner live at WAC in 2007.
Of course he did.
My first of total 3 times I have been there. Wow.
So the mic is getting a little chippy. It's probably your headphones are on the cord. See what I'm saying?
Yep.
This is the band Northerner.
Let me restart that. Northerner said, I saw the... Okay, so this is Northern Scoundrel, a.k.a. Controller of Minds. He said, I saw Northerner live at WAC in 2007. My first of a total 3 times I have seen them. And they were in my main band at that festival. And they were my main band at that festival. 2 years later, they went separate ways with the lead vocalist, Petri Lindros, as he joined... babe, can you can you pronounce this?
As he joined what?
Where did it go?
Petri
Right there.
Lindros, as he joined Ensiferum full-time.
Ensiferum. A couple years later, the band dissolved. It has been a rather long time coming to introduce to you this Finnish melodic death metal band. Boop. Northern Mirror of Madness.
Northerner.
Look.
Not Norther.
What's that?
Oh shit, Norther. Later, children.
Good day.
Hey,
Good day to you.
let me know if for real though, tonight
BC, you like Zelda?
Look like some Dune shit. Yeah, you know Dune when they're taking all the spice.
Yeah.
She's a big fan of spice. All right, guys, here we go. Song number 3 from the Imperishable Flames. What's the name of the song again?
Yes, the name of the song is Mirror of Madness.
Oh my God, I did it again. Talk to the people.
Oh, you're downloading it now?
Talk to the people.
Okay, whoop, let me move this. So we are going to do a random Ask Me Anything. So now's the time.
Does anybody ever ask you any actual questions in these Ask Me Anything?
Not really. Once in a great while, we get a brave one that comes up with something.
What's wrong with you people? One of these days, I'll just do a straight up Ask Me Anything, like boom bap.
Yeah, you're going to have to. People like to ask you questions.
They like to ask you questions too.
Well, they don't think of them when it's time to ask them.
That's true. Maybe it's you're so intimidating.
No, right. That's what it is. That's what it is.
What else could it be?
Maybe I should just start blowing up on people, and then maybe they'll like me too. I'm sorry, too soon?
You are the liked one in the community.
Babe, I'm just making a joke.
Well, nobody says no. I'm not even mad. Nobody says, "Oh, that Vin, I really like that Vin." Like nobody says that. They'll say, "Oh, he's smart," blah blah blah, but they don't say, "Oh, I really like that guy." But everybody loves you.
I don't ever see those messages, so I don't know what you're talking about.
You can run over little leprechauns and shit on St. Patrick's Day. They still love it. They'll be like, "Well, the leprechaun shouldn't have been in the way." That's what they'd say if you did some shit. He must have done something to deserve that shit. That's what they would do. If I did it, they'd report me to the police immediately.
Middle, yes, I ask, what is your alma mater and crickets? What's that?
Your alma mater. Where'd you go to school?
Oh, is that what that means?
Yeah, alma mater.
Oh, you Middle, I think you've been consistently asking that question for a while.
Yeah, because you keep calling the place a cult. And
yeah,
so he wants to know.
Yeah, Middle, if you ask me that on the side, I might answer it. Not in this stream, I won't answer it.
She does. Middle, hit me up, bro. Hit me up after this thing this morning, and when we get done at 7 a.m.
Yeah, it's not something that I want going everywhere. I don't want,
Well, you've called it a cult consistently, so people want to know. Yo, I had that thing.
I had the craziest dream about it the other night, too.
I had the thing downloaded, remember?
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I had it downloaded the entire time.
What's your favorite thing? Okay, I'm going to tell you. It used to be mashed potatoes with gravy. Of course, I can't enjoy that anymore because there are some people that get so grossed out by that visual that I can't very much enjoy.
That's so ridiculous. You can have mashed potatoes with gravy anytime you want.
Right, but I want to sit beside you, and I don't want you to look over and then stop eating or whatever. So I actually have changed on it. The last time I had gravy, I was like, I don't know if I even like this anymore. I'm very excited about the turkey because I'm part of this Aldi group. I'm part of this Aldi group.
Who introduced you to Aldi?
You did. Vinny did. So, yeah, I still remember when we were sitting in front of it and you were explaining it to me. As a matter of fact, you had just showed me this post where I was reading this post of, like, women in other countries, like... You remember this?
Yeah.
So that's as far as I'll go. Okay, so anyway, yeah, they'll be forever connected. So anyway, long story short, this Aldi group always tells me like all the best stuff. So they're like, these are the best pillows, so I go buy the pillows. These are the best bedspreads, I go buy that too. And then they said,
I'm not gonna lie.
It is very.
It does feel like you're sleeping on a cloud.
It does. And I was like, maybe this will help Vinny sleep if he's in clouds. I really thought that. But you have been sleeping more with that blanket.
I have some really good, anyway. All right.
Okay, anyway, so they said that there's this brine package, so it's now my turkey. I thought today was Tuesday, so I was not prepared for Thanksgiving tomorrow. So while you were still in the stream, I went in there and like did the whole brine thing. So the turkey is now brining in the fridge.
Are you serious?
It is, yeah. And then I'm gonna be doing the dry rub.
You should have Thanksgiving on Friday.
But all the kids have tomorrow off.
From work?
Yeah, because it's a Thanksgiving day. Everybody has it off.
And they're making them go the next day?
Yeah, everybody's working the next day.
Man, I'd have called out of that bitch. All right, here we go. The next song.
Oh, really, Middle? My youngest daughter is a district manager for Aldi. Well, shout out to her.
Well, shout out to her. Maybe we
tell
can
her to
get
send
some
me
of that.
coupons.
Yeah, send us the coupons, ma'am.
Ma'am? All right, let's go.
All right, guys, here we go. Norther. Mirror of Madness. Let's do
Okay,
it.
give me that timestamp.
Timestamp 1:14. Yes! Finally some freaking metal! Hey!
Fuck off my mind, I told you to go, but you got the lens of voice that is aim. There is no other way to end this time. I believe you are real and you live in me, but you have to die. Step into the light, don't be shy. You keep on telling me your lies, but it's alright. Don't want to die, but I hope you face to pieces.
What a release. Listen, as my buddy Ben Webb said, Vin is an ignorant, knuckle-driving caveman. It doesn't mean anything racial by it. It's just... I am a very simple man, dear listener.
There's nothing simple about you.
I'm an extremely... I am probably... You beautiful people, if you had a week with me, I promise you, before the Lord Jesus, you would be so disappointed. A lot of you guys think I'm this deep, whatever thinker. I am a simple man.
You're being lied to.
All I care about, dear listener, is the metal. The metal. Okay?
Pretty sure this is the lie.
I love everything. But I'm saying, like, my first love is the heavy shit. It's the shit. Listen, you guys have no idea.
The shit that makes you feel shit?
But
it's the real shit.
Shit that make you feel shit. Rub in the clock. Wow, okay. Well, you got a couple ghetto points there. Okay. So you're black. Okay.
I've been black for a while.
That dude used to say, where are you from? And then he'd be like, I'm from Lewiston, and then she's from Scarborough or whatever. And I was like, oh, that's cool. And then he's like, yeah, but she's Lewiston by injection. Get it? Injection? I'm her husband? Literally, you remember that dude used to say that all the time. I'm like, oh, this is so awkward.
I forgot.
We were in a church, and he loved that line, man. Every time somebody would like do the introduction, it's like, oh no, he's going to say it. I was like, Lord, I was like, please don't let him say it this time. Please don't let him say it. He's like, she's Lewiston by injection. God. It's like, please strike him.
I mean, it sounds better to say I'm Jamaican.
Like, yeah, I said, just please strike
Lewiston.
him. Yeah, I said, just strike him, please, Lord. Lord never struck him. He never did.
He let him finish that sentence every time.
He let him finish it every time.
Maybe God was dealing with him.
I think it's kind of irresponsible, but I'm not God, so, I'm just going to let that go.
Almighty.
I'm just going to let that go. I got no judgments. For the Almighty. I'm just saying it seemed at the moment irresponsible, but hey, that's above my pay grade. We continue.
The angels are like, yeah, but that meltdown at the beginning was a little Thanksgiving massacre.
Strike that from the record. Yeah, I'm literally going to title this the Thanksgiving Day Massacre. Look, you guys, Soraya can bear witness to this, what I'm about to tell you. I have been, actually both of us have been active on our various channels since 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time yesterday.
Well, I came in at 1.
Okay. It is now 2:43, and we've got 4 more songs left, okay? And my philosophy is, if we're going to do it, I'm going to give you guys 110% as much as I can. So here we go. Thank you guys for hanging out and staying mega late.
This lyrically...
Let's go look at this song.
Okay, lyrically, I'm caught by the mirror. It's like a nightmare. I cannot get out. I'm seeing that face again, and it's making me mad. My rage and hate is taking over. When you look at me, so I close my eyes, and you scream to me. Leave me alone. You're not real to me. This is the way it has to be. This mirror is twisted, and so are you. Hey, you in the mirror, stop twisting my weak mind. Mirror of madness, stop haunting me. Hey, you, before the mirror, your eyes keep telling you lies. Mirror of madness is making you insane. Fuck off my mind. I told you to go, but you don't believe me, so I'm forced to deceive. There's no other way to end this day. I believe you are real, and you live in me, and you have to die. Step into the light. Don't be shy. You keep on telling me your lies. Kill yourself, and it's all right. Don't want to die, but I hope you do. Hey, you in the mirror, I'll smash your face to pieces. Mirror of madness, the stream is over. No more. You no more. Your face is gone forever. Mirror of madness. Let me alone. Forever gone.
That's a pretty positive song, actually. I think. Go ahead.
That's an interesting twist.
What's your thought process?
Well, it just reminds me of, this person that's in front of the mirror and like, okay, so there's this concept in Christianity. It's in other religions probably, but I obviously know it the clearest in Christianity, that your so basically we're made in the image and likeness of God, and that because of sin, basically we look like we're like a giant mirror that reflects the image of God, but then because of our sin, it's like the mirror gets smashed and it's all these pieces. And you've seen how mirrors work. If there's a bunch of pieces, the light kind of reflects in all different directions, but if it's one like solid piece, it's like very clear. Well, this person, it seems like, is dealing with this, like, Jung calls it your shadow self. The Bible talks about your sin nature, like this dark side to us. So while we're made in the image and likeness of God, we're all basically like held captive or under the curse of the fall and the sin and what sin does to us, and how sin is in us, and we want more of it in ways. So it seems to me like this person is like that sort of, I think part of our journey in life is like pulling together. I was reading this thing that was talking about that children, when they're very young, don't understand that they only have like one mom or one dad. Like in this situation, they have one. But they think that there's two of you and that there's two of me. This research that I was looking into, that there's the mean mom, or the one that like when you're in trouble is like very serious with you, and then there's the playful mom that like, so they don't recognize that that's the same person, so they're like, oh, there's that one, or there, you know what I mean? So
wow,
I've been holding that in the back of my head when I'm having engagements with Seneca, because he's only 2. So like I try to, like, when I'm instructing him, and I have to get very serious because, our apartment is by a beautiful body of water, but at the same time, it is a body of water. So we don't let them go onto a certain part of the grass, and we try to keep the lines back to keep them safe, So if he crosses that line, then I get serious with him. And when I could see he wasn't like taking it seriously, and I was talking to him about it, and I was trying to explain it to him, and then I sent him for a timeout. Well, now he realized it was serious because he's in the timeout, and he was very upset about it. And I was very serious with him, and I could see the way that he was looking at me. And then when he got out of his timeout, like I talked to him. And, I went from the serious voice into, but I love you. You know what I mean? Like, and then I hugged him, and he was like, okay. And then we like played a little bit, and it's this balance of not like when your kids do something wrong to like make everything like it's a happy, okay thing. But like there are serious times, but there is also always love. And so watching him like maneuver that, and like sometimes I can see like he's kind of like, what? And I'm like, no, we're on both of these things. Like, that's all, And so recognizing, like, watching that in him, and then also seeing it in ourselves, that there's moments where we can give the person in front of us or behind us or beside us grace, and not, like, take out all of our frustrations on that person or our pain on somebody else. But then there are other times where it's like the fuse is like shorter. Remember in those cartoons, like the way the dynamite sticks would just,
yeah.
And like sometimes the things were, and like that's us. Like sometimes we explode over nothing, and sometimes we just like, we're like a saint and we're amazed by our own grace on other people. But like just how we are.
I've never been amazed at my own grace for people. Never.
You literally had a YouTube video that people couldn't believe, like where you were talking to somebody that like either hated black people or was a Nazi or something like that. Like the way that conversation went forward, there was a lot of grace. And I'm not saying that the grace comes from inside of you. I think that those are supernatural things.
You said, what did you say? You like giving grace to people?
No, like there are some times where I'll like look at a situation, I'm like, I can't believe I handled that so well.
Oh, okay.
Like you never have those?
Nah, but just,
well, I've seen you do it. I've seen you do it.
Develop the thought. Go ahead.
So anyway, like I think that is like the complicated nature of what it is to be a human being with like
that kid had been sexually assaulted by a family member. Like he'd been through a lot, and the Nazi thing was just a way for him to feel some sort of power because he's been disempowered his entire life. Like, I didn't think... when you really actually talked to him, he wasn't really that bad of a person. But our environment, the minute somebody says, I am a Nazi, we automatically expel him from the human race.
But is that like a normal disposition of most people in those situations that would hear that? Like, why was everybody reacting the way that they were with with that interaction was because people couldn't believe some of the stuff that was getting said and the way in which you were reacting. Because a lot of people are like, I wouldn't handle it that way.
Okay.
But I'm not even saying that it originates in you. I said from the beginning of this, we're made in the image and likeness of God. And so there is this like goddess status that we have, and this reflecting this mirror image of what God is like to the rest of us, while at the same time we are fallen and our mirror is cracked and we're like struggling our way through shards of glass, trying to find something. And I believe that something is Jesus Christ himself. But like this depiction of like a person standing in front of a mirror and like hating what they see and hating themselves, and there's this conversation that's happening, and this calls it like the mirror of madness, that your eyes keep telling you lies, and this sort of like you look at yourself and you recognize yourself. There's something familiar, but there's something totally unfamiliar about you, and something that you're like fine, or some days that you look at yourself and you're like, I fucking hate that person. Like the way that you are, you know what I mean? Because if you're honest with yourself, you haven't been the type of person that you would want to be all the time. And so like that sort of like, who the frig am I? And like, when like moments like that just kind of like hit, I just thought that this song depicted that really, really well. I'm seeing that face again, and it's making me mad. My rage and hate is taking over. Like, I've literally heard people say, like, I stand in front of the mirror and I'm like, I fucking hate you. I hate you. And it's like, well, who are you talking to? Who's saying that? Like, is that yourself? Is that like, like, is this some spiritual, interdimensional something, some demonic, or is that like just you and you alone in the battle that you are that makes up you? So, Paul talks about it. He's in the Bible. He says that there's things that he doesn't want to do, and then he still finds himself doing those things, and like this battle that it is. So like, I don't know. I just thought that this explanation was really interesting. And I did not necessarily see it. I saw it as just like that, like battle. But then you said, no more of your face is gone forever. Mirror of madness, let me alone, forever gone. So he said, I'll smash your face to pieces. Mirror of madness, the stream is over. So are you saying he figured out a way to become at peace with who he was, and so that mirror flip image of him was no longer there?
We're going to talk about Paul some more later tonight. Do we have a stream tonight? On Thanksgiving night?
No.
Oh.
No. But
so
we're
why is Negative Vibes saying
because
we're going to talk
Negative
about
has
Paul?
A song on the stream.
Oh, about Paul. Yeah, I took this in I kind of literal. I kind of took this as the person in the mirror is obviously yourself, but he's got a mental illness, and the mental illness is he's got some suicidal ideation. So it's like a kill yourself thing, and so it's a battle within himself. Mm-hmm. One of the things that's dangerous to me about the current culture that we're in is that psychological maladies have now become identity markers that give you status. Mm-hmm. So when I was coming up in school, if you were medicated or you were diagnosed with something, there was a stigma attached to it, mm-hmm. and you didn't want to be associated with it.
Yeah, that's true, yeah.
But now, especially if you look at TikTok culture, now if you don't have some sort of diagnosable issue, you're not special, you're not whatever. Mm-hmm. And a lot of course, if you're a young person, you want something that makes you special, that makes you stand out, that makes you feel unique. And so now it's like, look, back in the day, if you had gender dysphoria, you had a very miserable life. Now you got people that don't have gender dysphoria at all, mm-hmm. but saying that they do because they mm-hmm. feel, hey, I'm not special, whatever. I remember when people started talking about I'm bipolar, I'm this, I'm that. I'm like, damn, like I grew up with this stuff, and we all face the consequences of that stuff, like stuff that we all needed therapy for because of bipolar and all that stuff. So I'm like, what are we talking about here? Like, this is insane to me. But now that I really sat there, and one of the things that was crazy about TikTok was multiple personality disorder is now like the next thing. And I think it's DID now, dissociative identity disorder is what they call it, instead of multiple personality disorder. I think dissociative identity disorder is probably a better way to phrase it, because what's happening is you're disassociating, and that implies some traumatic event happened. So some traumatic event happened to you when you were really, really young, and your psyche was so overcome with it that it kind of split itself and created a sort of separate compartment that's full of only one thing so that you can survive it. And the problem is, once these people get out of the bad situation...
Full of only one thing?
Say again?
Full of only one thing so you can survive it? What's that one
Right,
thing
okay, so you got one person that's extremely outgoing. Mm-hmm. Right, with the multiple personality disorder. Mm-hmm. Like, you have a person that's a regular kind of even introvert extrovert level, but one of the disassociated identities is extremely gregarious and outgoing and all the rest of it. So it's like it's only one thing. Nothing makes it sad, etc., etc. Then you have another one that's angry all the time. Then you have another one that wants to eat this specific food all the time, etc., etc.
Okay.
And for a long time, there's a lot of skepticism in the scientific community about this because it was just so crazy. And so it was kind of like this idea that multiple personality disorders kind of leads you to the idea that you were kind of like born that way with a multiple personality. Whereas if you look at it as dissociative, and look at it as a dissociative disorder, that then clears the way to say this person was not genetically born with multiple personality disorder.
I see.
They went through some trauma and their psyche bifurcated itself in order to survive. Right? Those are two different things, right? You get that? Or,
I do.
And so, like, now it's like this popular thing where you got these kids on TikTok now, and they're talking about how they have DID and all the rest of it. And, I mean, good night. If you thought, gender dysphoria would get you attention, imagine having these... And they literally go into real detail about, well, I negotiate with this one about this one. I have to talk to all of my other personalities to make sure that everybody's good with it, and then we'll go along, blah, 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 blah. And so this is why I'm shooting this TikTok video for you, because we all came to an agreement. And she's talking about all these bifurcated parts of her psyche. And my fear is that what people call transgenderism, or being, I am trans, is a horrible misnomer. Transgenderism, what we're calling transgenderism, whether it's social transitioning or chemical transitioning or surgical transitioning, what we're calling transgenderism is actually a therapeutic. In other words, the malady is not transgenderism. The malady is gender dysphoria. The solution or the therapy that you use to address the dis-ease or the uneasiness or the problem of gender dysphoria is, okay, we will operate on you such that your external and your somatic sort of self reflects your metaphysical self. And to me, that's a capitulation to the idea that we could never help these people. And then I say to myself, what if at some point society says, oh, you've got 3 or 4 personalities, all of those are valid. If you tell a person, oh, you just please think with me. I'm not being anti anything. Just think. I'm just talking about logical connections that we don't actually think about until it's too late as a culture. Stop and think with me for a second. If you have a person who is biologically male and obviously male and then says, I'm a woman because psychologically that's how I feel, on what epistemological basis can you then tell a person with DID, which, by the way, a lot of gender dysphoria is rooted in prepubescent sexual trauma, that's a fact. But what do we then say to the person with DID that says that there are 3 people? Because a lot of these girls were not saying, like, this is a result of my trauma and it bifurcated my psyche. That's not what they're saying. This girl was saying, hey, I talked to these people, we have to negotiate with them, yada, yada, yada. What if we start building society around that therapeutic model of validating those separate personalities, instead of saying, no, you're only one person, but your psyche has been so fucked up because your dad is an abusive bastard, and so your psyche bifurcated itself, or trifurcated itself, or quadricated itself, or quintuplicated itself, because you were under so much mental duress. So these other people are not real. They're not self-contained individuals with their own thoughts and feelings. They're just you. If that girl responds no, they're real, and they've been real even before my trauma. They're real individuals, and they need to be dressed accordingly. On what basis in the environment we're in right now could you say no to that person?
Yeah.
Because they got a friend who's obviously male, and now everybody's saying that she's a woman. So now you're going to tell this 16-year-old that the voices in her head aren't real? When she's sitting next to somebody that she grew up with? You see what I'm saying? Yeah. So I'm not, there's not attack on trans people. It's we've got a mental malady, gender dysphoria. The original wisdom was affirm them in the gender that they were born in. But the current wisdom is saying affirm them in the dysphoria. You're basically affirming the dysphoria because you're saying, yeah, you're right, you were born in the wrong body. Okay, so if this girl claims that all her other personalities are actually self-contained ontological individuals, on what basis could you tell her no? And if she says you saying that is insulting, and it is DID phobic, and it is dehumanizing, and it is not accepting all of us for who we are, and if you don't accept all of us, you don't accept any of us, I already know the phrases that you can use. What logical basis would we have to say, honey, you're wrong? There is none. And so sometimes we need to think through the ramifications, because a lot of times in the pursuit of being compassionate, we end up being more destructive to people that we truly love. And the last thing I'll say is that this song also reminds me of the country, because this last election forced the country to look in the mirror, and the country doesn't like what it sees of itself, and now the country wants to destroy itself. I just got done listening to a thing where one of the biggest thought leaders in the black community just came out and said she hated 78 million Americans because they voted for Donald Trump. And so that is somebody that's looking in the mirror and hating the reflection, because those people that voted for Donald Trump are Americans. At the end of the day, we're still Americans. I don't care who you voted for. We're still Americans. So your vote, whether you voted for Trump or Kamala or abortion or whatever, or the genocide in Gaza, I'm somehow mystically involved in that because I'm an American, right? So anyway, the song was crazy. As the scripture says, Ian points out, the kindness of the wicked is cruel. Sadakt. That's one of the reasons, guys, that I just know that the Bible is the Word of God, man, because it says stuff like that, and then you see it played out in the world, and you're like, yo, nobody else is saying this stuff. Show me another quote that says the kindness of the wicked is cruel in that. It's just so brilliant. There's so many things that applies to. And it also kind of lets people off the hook. Like, you try to be kind, but your nature's so wicked that it comes out as cruelty. But you're trying to be kind. It lets us off the hook. Like, it puts the image of God in there because it's kindness, right? And then it deals with original sin. Like, even when you're trying to be good, even when you're trying to be kind, you end up being cruel. And it's a hard conversation to have, because immediately when you hear the trans stuff, people go crazy on both sides. I mean, I go crazy. Anytime I hear a right-winger talk about trans stuff, I immediately get very defensive.
Yeah, no, that's true. Even I do.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, yo, I got skin in the game now. I know people. I've sat and listened to people talk about killing themselves and shit because they can't. You know what I'm saying? So anytime I see a right-winger Republican or whatever start talking shit about trans people, or even mention trans people, if somebody from Fox News or something mentions trans people, I immediately get, you know what I'm saying? But it's strange, because then I'm in other forums, I get called trans, on my own forum, I get called transphobic, blah, 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 blah. So it's just a weird situation to be in. And I think America is trying to figure out what its identity
you get
is.
called transphobic?
Oh, yeah.
In MA?
Yeah. Here comes the transphobe in chief, or whatever. But that's because if you don't completely capitulate to everything they say, then you're phobic.
No, okay.
Right?
Yeah, okay.
So, yeah, man, I was watching that DID thing, and I was like, Lord Jesus, you cannot let this thing, man, we're in a lot of trouble, bro.
Don't you think that, like, was it Jung that talks about that? Wasn't that like shadow work? Remember that whole thing, like the
doing the shadow work,
the mind work, and like the basically like working through
imaginative therapy. Yeah. What about it?
Well, that kind of like it broadens it to say like there are different facets of your person that individually might even seem like different persons, but it is all still you.
Yeah.
And it is stuff that you have to like work with, and I think that's why Care for the Soul is so good, because it like really it's so much not about like you got to stop this can never happen again, you can't be like this. It's like, okay, why are you like that? Like, why do you react like that when X, Y, and Z happens? Like, why? And then trying to figure out those things. And so, like, that sort of shadow work or whatever they called it, I don't remember. Like, I wonder if something like that would be better for that group of people than to... You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, 100%. At this point, I don't see any solution from any of the various political parties. I think the Republicans are just plain cruel. And I don't know if they're meaning to be cruel for cruelty's sake, or if they're terrified that it's going to happen to their kids. Mm-hmm. And I also think people on the left are absolutely cruel. I watched, I think her name was Chloe something.
Oh, God.
And she had a mastectomy at 16 years old. And she talked about how she woke up and was like, ugh, I don't want to do this, and wanted her breasts back and couldn't get them back. And you should have seen the compassionate members of the trans community just completely blitzing this girl, saying all the time, well, you knew what you were doing, and blah, 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 blah.
She didn't, though, because she's the one that said, when will they grow back, right?
No. She was the one that said, when will grow back.
Well, another girl said that.
She was in a Reddit board where the girls were asking, well, when do they, whatever, like, I tried this out, it ain't working, da-da-da-da, that type of thing. And those comments from those trans and trans adjacent people were horrible to that girl. Horrible. She's gotten death threats, all type of shit. So right now, like, both sides in this discussion to me are way too extreme. But I do fear things like DID are going to become in vogue, and then you're going to have, oh
my gosh, that's going to be
people
so
trying to normalize that shit. And I mean, look, man, you've got Fey gender, you saw this, the furry thing where the girl was on a leash as a dog or whatever, and her friend was like, don't make fun of her, or whatever. It's like, okay, and I'm sorry, guys, that wasn't a myth.
Litter boxes in school.
That was not a myth. I saw it with my own two eyes. Mm-hmm. We saw it on the video. Mm-hmm. The girl was dressed up like a dog, all types of weirdo shit.
And they had that news thing where the kids like weren't going into school and they were causing a ruckus outside, and so then the news showed up and stuff and was asking what was going on, and they were saying there's litter boxes in school.
The kids are biting us. They'll randomly bite you in the hall. Mm-hmm. You can't do anything about it. I mean, it was insane. And so it's like, if we're going that far to where a kid is cosplaying as a dog in the school, you trying to tell me that like validating all these other identities is off the map? Come on, bro. There's a lot of things we can glean from this. 9.1 for me.
That's 9, solid 9 for me.
All right, there, listener. We will see you on the other side of the break. We got more metal for you. Somebody said they've been up since 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. I beat you. I've been up since 4:12 Eastern Standard Time yesterday. I'm about to hit 24 hours in an hour. All right, you beautiful people. We will see you on the other side of the break. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Coming right back. Gone. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. You get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch, indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener,
Man,
yes,
some
dear
of the
listener.
stuff you say.
What you mean?
It's so friggin' funny.
What?
What you just said.
Buy our merch, indeed?
No. The
What?
information that I was just telling you. It's about our children. I'm not saying anymore.
Oh, and I was upset that...
Don't even say it.
Yeah, it's probably... Yeah.
All right. Frank Ocean is up next. The name of the song is Nights. Oh, that sounds like your type of jam.
But
Let's
the name
see.
of the song is Nights?
Yeah.
Okay, who is this?
Vinny loves the Nights.
This
Actually,
looks like...
Vinny has given me a love for the Nights. I actually, I long for the moon like I do the sun in some instances, which is crazy for me. I never thought it'd really be like that.
The moon,
The
she hangs
moon.
like a cruel portrait.
All right. Sorry. Okay, this one is negative
This has
vibes.
got to be a negative vibes joint, right?
It is, yep. Sorry in advance for being verbose, but I've been huge into this guy and I think he deserves the attention. Frank Ocean is a reclusive R&B hip-hop artist from LA who started out with Tyler, the creator's original collective Odd Future.
He completely finessed the record labels, too. It was legendary the way he did it. Continue.
Oh, really? He's only got 2 albums and a couple mixtapes total, but he's left an impact that changed the face of modern music. I picked out a song from his second album, Blonde, dropped in 2016, titled Nights. This is an album I've been coming back to a lot lately. It's a gloomy but intricate gem of an album, and I'm starting to realize it's one of my all-time favorites without ever noticing when it happened. Nights is a really cool track. Without spoiling too much, what I really love about it is how the song evolves from an ambiguous opening and then gets more moody and vulnerable each time the beat changes. Jeez, damn, Negative. You can write.
True. Later, Ian. Ian's going to sleep because
Good night.
he's a lightweight. He needs work. I'll be hitting the 24-hour
He
mark.
needs work.
I mean, you know. Damn it! I didn't download that one either. Talk to the people.
Oh, okay.
Damn it!
Are you sure? The last time you thought you didn't, you did.
No, I really didn't this time.
All right. Oh, I'm going to send you those lyrics too then.
Flashing lights.
Whoa, that's a lot of lyrics.
Perfect.
Holy shit.
This is a lyric video though, so we're in good shape.
Oh, okay. I'm still going to send them to you just in case you want them.
Yep.
Here we go. Guys, random Ask Me Anything. You know how those go.
Yeah, we know how it goes.
Let's see. What do you guys have to say? The chat is so old. It's back to when Ben said, but today is tomorrow, which is true. It is now Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving, everybody.
Yes, happy Thanksgiving, you losers.
Yeah, so we did do a Thanksgiving stream. Look at this.
We did. People should be grateful.
Be grateful. Speaking of grateful,
What?
one of our kids is like super ungrateful and it never seems to change. And then I remember talking about Orion.
Oh, 100%.
And I was
the
like,
worst.
I was thinking about when he was like a baby and he'd have been fed, He'd been changed. He'd been rocked. He had his blanket, his pacifier. The little guy was set right up in his bed.
They're terrorists.
And he would just yell and cry and cry and cry. And so, you guys are going to probably think I'm terrible. I figured this out, that if you take the blanket and the pacifier for 5 minutes, you then pass it back to them, they are very grateful for what they have. Where before, it's crazy, but so I was telling him that today. I was like, gratefulness is something we've been trying to work on, and I wanted you to understand that this has been something, because we talk about original sin and like from the time you're born. And actually, you know what? Our kids, that relaxes them. Sometimes they'll be like, well, everybody does bad
bad.
things.
You're bad
Even
too, Daddy. Yeah, you're bad too, Daddy. It's like, yep, okay.
Yes, true. Very true. I just remind them how bad their father is when they get like that. I'm like, don't worry, your dad is terrible. I'm kidding. I don't do that. I talk about myself. But anyway.
They're never going to be as terrible as me, so.
But they're never going to know how terrible you are. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm a little bit on a roll right now. Okay, let's see. Negative says, yeah, over the last couple months, I've had this album on like nonstop. I don't know, something about it resonates with me.
All right, here it is. Frank Ocean. What's the name of the song?
Okay, Nights is the name of the song. I'm going to need a new timestamp. And the name of the band is Frank Ocean.
154.
154.
All right, guys, here we go. Frank Ocean, Nights. Let's do it.
Round your city, round the clock. Everybody needs you. No, you can't make everybody equal. Although you got buku family, you don't even got nobody being honest with you. Breathe till I evaporated. My whole body see-through. Transportation handmade. And I know it better than most people. I don't trust them anyways. You can't break the law with them. Get some good shit, have a calm night. Shooters killing left and right. Working through your worst night. If I get my money right, you know I won't need you. And I tell you, I hope the sack is full up. I'm fucking, no, I'm fucked up. Spend it when I get that. I ain't tryna keep you. Can't keep up a conversation. Can't nobody read you. Why your eyes well up? Did you call me from a seance? You were from my past life. Hope you're doing well, bro. I've been out here head first. Always like the head first. Signal coming in and out. Hope you're doing well, bro. Everybody needs you. Everybody needs you. Ooh, 90-90. This feel like a quaalude. No sleep in my body. Ain't no bitch in my body. New beginnings. New beginnings. Wake up high, the sun's going down. Time to start your day, bro. Can't keep being late on. Oh, you need the money if you gon' survive. Every night, shit, every day, shit. Dropping baby off at home before my night, shit. You know I can't hear none of that, spend the night, shit. Kumbaya, shit. Wanna see Nirvana, but don't wanna die, yeah. Wanna feel at night, I don't think you come by. Fuck with me after my shit. Know them boys wanna see you broke down and shit. Bummed out and shit, stressed out and shit. That's everyday shit. Shut the fuck up, I don't want your conversation. Rolling marijuana, that's some cheap vacation. My everyday shit, every night shit, everyday shit. All my night, been ready for you all my night. Been waiting on you all my night. All my night, you've been missing all my night. Still got some blue lights, blue lights, blue lights. Every night fucks every day up. Every day patches the night up. On God, you should match it, it's that KO. No white lighters till I fuck my 28th up. 1998, my family had the Acura. Oh, the legend. Kept at least 6 discs and a changer. Back on Boswell and Percy had it active. Couple bishops in the city building mansions. Oh, the Reverend. Preaching self-made millionaire status. When we could only eat at Shoney's on occasion. After Trina hit, I had to transfer campus. Your apartment I didn't use since where I waited. Staying with you when I didn't have an address. Fucking on you when I didn't own a mattress. Working on a way to make it out of Texas. Every night. Dropping baby, I've been home for my night shit. Yeah. You know I can hear none of that. Spend the night shit. My gosh shit. Wanna see Nirvana, I wanna die, yeah. Wanna feel it on it, could you come by? Fuck with me at the mosh. If you know them boys wanna see me bump down, see me bump down, stressed out, every day shit. Shut the fuck up, I don't want your conversation. Rolling marijuana, that's a cheap vacation. Every day shit, every night shit, every day shit, every night shit, every day shit, every day shit, every night shit.
Frank Ocean. What was the name of this song? Nights. Woo! What did they say? What did they say? That's a vibe.
Yeah.
What was going on with you listening to the song?
It was really smooth. I definitely would.
I was going to say this sounds like one of your.
Want to sit down and just listen to the entire album. I don't necessarily like. I think lyrically, you know, he's just explaining like regular life and what's been going on. But this is one of the things about like hip hop and rap that I like simultaneously bums me out is that it's always like, it's never like happy. It's like, I think the only time, like I thought that Bob Marley, I thought all of his songs were like basically like we're just chilling. I've said this before, we're just chilling in the hammock or smoke some weed. Like I've always just thought that that's all that like it was, and that, you know, rap was just a bunch of rhyming but not necessarily anything significant. But obviously I know all of those things are different now. So I think that because like this song is like, it's just so chill and it like pulls you into that vibe, but then it's just he's struggling, you know what I mean? Like it's the day-to-day struggle, you know, not having a place to live. He's staying at somebody else's place. He talked about Katrina and how he had to move campus because of that. But at the same time, like the way, and he talks about you don't even got nobody being honest with you. I breathed till I evaporated. My whole body see-through. You know what I'm saying? Like he's talking about some struggle, but it's chill. Like if he was just saying, you know, like he talked about like the marijuana being a cheap vacation and stuff like that. Like I guess like when I hear a song like this, like I want there to be one that's like this chill and all they're talking about is just basically like you got your person and you're driving down the road and you're just like, the scenery's going by, like nothing super significant is happening, nothing super painful, and it's just chill. But it just there's always like, but I guess maybe that's unrealistic because life is pain. There is pain in life, and like, but you can still have those moments where, you know, it's not where they can separate. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I don't know, man. But I did like it. I really, really liked it. I would like to listen to the whole album. I'm actually bummed out that we had to stop
There's a Rick Ross song. Just me and my boss. That one?
Yeah.
It's just driving. Aston Martin music.
Yeah.
Aston
That's right. I did listen to that one for a while. Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
So what was
well, they don't really come around a lot.
There was no misery. I mean? There's no misery in that song.
Yeah, but those are very few and far between.
You're completely wrong.
Well, from what I've been introduced to, they're few and far between.
Yeah, that's my playlist. Hip hop there's a lot of just ride and chill music.
There is?
Yeah, but that's not the music I like. because that's not the life I live. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there's a lot of that.
Well, I don't know it, so like I'm always thinking, oh, it's gonna be like if you don't listen to the lyrics and you just vibe with the song, there's so much. It seems like that there's a lot of like soul in hip hop.
Yeah.
And you know, like soul, I think is sometimes it's a little bit hard to define, but it's definitely like I think we all know what we mean when we say it, even though it's a little bit hard to explain. But like, I feel like that there's just like a lot that's put in just the sound itself. Like the sound itself is like dense, not like here, but like just like how you feel it and experience it. But yeah, like that visual of that like purplish sky with the driving and stuff,
Beautiful.
like it was just beautiful.
Pastel colors are really good with chill music, for sure.
Like that neon pastel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That Miami Vice pastel, which you don't have any idea about.
Miami Vice, is that the
It's the dudes wear the white pants and the Hawaiian shirts. You know, that blue and was it the blue and it's not blue and yellow, but it's some sort of, it's like blue and red type of thing.
Oh, okay.
But it's like a pastel. It's like teal and in like a pastel-y red. It's really interesting.
Okay.
Yeah, like I don't know, like I think he was in Texas and he obviously wants to get it. By the way, Frank Ocean, I don't know if this is a rumor negative, help me out with this, but pretty sure he's bi. So I remember reading about that like way back in the day. I was like, oh, I'm not listening to this nigga, forget it. I ain't gonna listen to no, I'm out here singing or whatever, and he's talking about a dude. I ain't doing. That's so fucking ignorant.
Pussy song.
Huh?
I say specifically, this one is not being sung about a dude.
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh, they use that word interchangeably?
Well, I mean, if he's bi, he has, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
There's two. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
Right. Okay.
Dropping baby off before the night shift. I can't hear none of that spend the night shit, that kumbaya shit. I want to see Nirvana, but I don't want to die yet. Want to feel that Nana, though. Could you come by? Fuck with me after my shift. Know them boys want to see me broke down and shit, bummed out and shit, stressed out and shit. That's everyday shit. Shut the fuck up. I don't want your conversation. Rolling marijuana. That's a cheap vacation. My everyday shit. Every night shit. Blah, blah, blah. That one could possibly be, a little bit of a thing there.
That's interesting because the way that you read it, it all sounds serious. But when I heard it, it didn't. It sounded like the back and forth because he's talking about, like when I brought up the marijuana part because, where did it go?
Yeah, Frank is bi for sure. He's got a bunch of songs about how he struggles with it.
Oh,
yeah, because in the black community, man, and I think a lot of this had to do with the sexualization of black slaves in the antebellum South. But the black community has not progressed to accepting LGBT people, especially masculine LGBT people. And I think a lot of it has to do with that. If you don't understand our history, if you don't understand buck breaking and things of that nature, you're just going to be like, oh, black folks are just homophobic or whatever. I don't talk to you about buck breaking. You go ahead and Google it if you want. But when Kanye said slavery is a choice and people got angry at him, I'm sorry. I didn't get angry at him because that is a choice, man. You got the Nat Turner route and then you got the Uncle Tom route. But my point is, I'm not necessarily trying to defend the black community because I don't think we need to defend the black community. But I do think it's important for white folks or just anybody in general as to the specific issues surrounding homosexuality relative to the black experience in this country. The other thing is, for better or for worse, there is a perception, at least among black people, and me too, I'm not going to separate myself from my people, but there is a perception that to be gay is to be weak. It's not completely and totally masculine. And so when you are a marginalized community and you literally have a military that stood up to make your life a living hell, known as the police, then there's going to be a heavier primer on sort of hyperbolic masculinity, right, than other people because of the background that we have and because of the fact that there's such a dearth of strong men to lead the next generation. And so a lot of those things conspire together to create a homophobic environment. Now, I tried to listen to the song with that in mind and try to say, like, okay, maybe there is some dude talking here as well. And I'm trying to see, like, and let me know, Negative Vibes, if you think that he's, because, you know, he talks about getting, you know, pussy or whatever, but, and maybe I'm just superimposing this on the song, because he can write a song just about a dude and be bi. He can write a song just about a girl and be bi. So it could have went both ways, but it looked to me like that's what was going on when he was talking about it. And, like, I just think that, you know, as a writer, it's really interesting because there's sometimes, like, I've written stuff that, like, went over your head. Like, to this day, they went over your head, and I will never explain them to you. Well, one, because it would probably make you sad, but the other one is just, I just enjoy the fact that I'm like, yes, because that was like, I'm like, yo, that was right down the middle. It's talking about this situation, but I camouflaged it so well. I'm really proud of that shit. My point is,
just to be clear, there are some things that I don't ask about.
Like what? Well, yeah, I know there's some things like in the you ever know what happened to them boys? That song? That one, right? There's stuff in there that you're not gonna ask about, which you did ask about, and I just didn't answer your question. But yeah, I see what you're saying. But
that concept, because, like, yeah, you said I asked about stuff and then you didn't answer, and so that concept of if there's something that I'm like, I don't even ask.
Well, that's good. I think it's possible. My understanding is the focus is how all the rough nights start to take a big toll and really hear that struggle in his delivery. Man, I remember New York, man. And I don't know, this guy's from Texas, so I don't know what the grind is like in Texas. I was only assigned to Texas for, like, literally a year, and I was not living the life of an average Texan. I wasn't having a lot of fun, believe you me. But I wasn't living like an average Texan, so I don't really know what it's like to be in Texas, to be honest with you. My brother's currently over there, so he's more of a Texan than I ever could have been. I didn't like the place, but I did like the work. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, like, I remember being in the Bronx, and there's such a grind.
You didn't sound like you liked it when I talked to you.
Well, I didn't like the situation I was coming home to at the time, but
oh, I thought it was okay.
The job itself,
I thought it was taking quite a toll.
It did take a toll, but it was not as bad as going home.
Oh my god!
You know what I'm saying? Like, there's some nights I'm like, yo, she's about to get a bad phone call, and I remember just being like, yep, let's go. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, hey, whatever. This is for the better for everybody anyway. Everybody she'll have a nice check. Everybody will be good. But obviously it didn't turn out that way. But yeah, like, when Negative is talking about, like, focusing the rough nights start to take a big toll. When he was talking about the shooters killing folks left and right, like, I remember being over a girl's house, and it was not a neighborhood that I was familiar with, and everybody knows, like, it doesn't matter if you're a street person or not. I was never a street person, but that's a bad place to be, especially at night. And I was just, you know, I don't know what I was trying to do. I don't know what I was trying to prove, to be honest with you. It looks obvious, like, obviously, but that line where he said, yo, I'll ring the buzzer when you're outside, like, that's so real. That's so real, because you didn't have a cell phone. And so you would just basically, you hit all the things until the person comes in, and they'll buzz you in and break the rules, and the superintendent, which they would call the super, would yell at you as you run up the stairs or whatever.
For the apartment?
Yeah.
Why weren't you allowed to be in an
because
apartment?
there was a lot of times when, like, I would ring the bell, she would go into the other person's house and let us in, because it's a long story. I'll tell you offline. But, like, I remember those like little mini details about life in the hood. Like, I remember all that shit. And like, it's weird because I'm listening to this with the nostalgia, but I remember being in those situations and hating it and be like, one day I'm going to get out of here. It's funny hearing him say like, I got to get out of Texas. I'm like, Texas is like this giant, huge state. Like, you'll never get to the end of it. There's so many things to do over there. But it's like, you always kind of have this burning desire to get out of the place where you were because you want to experience something else. And I do think there are good reasons for it. Like, you're much better suited in Florida than Maine.
Oh my God.
Like, it's not even close.
It's not.
But like, there is something that like just kind of grinds you into the dirt a little bit about that kind of a lifestyle. And it's not even like, I don't think that's exclusive to the black experience. I think everybody with this economic situation is kind of experiencing how these things just accumulate to you. Now, it looks like this guy's working night shift, which is another kind of ball of wax in and of itself, because when you're working night shift, the only people that you can truly have a genuine any sort of relationship with is other people on night shift, because everybody's sleep cycle's crazy. And so I remember, working the night shift. Like, this is technically the night shift, but like, you know what I'm saying? At least I have you. I mean, that's all. I don't need any extra people. You know what I'm saying? I got you. So, but like, if you're in the night shift, like I just remember that. And so it's like, there isn't like a bunch of major existential crises happening in this song, but you could kind of feel, I ended up feeling like a little bit exhausted. Like, I just sort of went up a straight 90-degree incline on a hill. Like, at the end of that song, I just felt a little bit exhausting. And a lot of it is like, I remember the train. I remember the sound of the train. I remember the visuals of the train, and you're going by and you're seeing all these buildings and the smell of the charcoal and the city. And it was like simultaneously gross, but simultaneously, like, I remember taking you down in New York and then smelling that smell. And I remember myself like waiting for the train. I remember all the things that happened in train stations. Like, it just brought me to New York, which is really interesting because this dude is from Texas. Really, I said, this is one of the more interesting songs. I've never heard a song quite like this, because there were some bars where he was rapping. Mm-hmm. There are other bars when he was singing. I just thought he captured the experience really, really well. It's a 9.8 for me.
I am right there with you at a 9.8.
What was going on with you with the song? Was it just the vibe? Or
yeah. Like I said, like, for me, I just
listening.
I didn't realize that there was like hip hop. That information that you gave me was very difficult to read, by the way, which I think you knew was gonna happen.
So I'm saying, like,
yeah,
it's just better to die, man.
But yeah, like I said, like, I think I loved the vibe of the song. And for me, like, I have to separate the struggle. Like, I'm like, okay, struggle, roll marijuana, mini vacation. Like, I'm reading like those things. Like, it seemed like that was like, not that I'm encouraging people to smoke marijuana at all. I'm just saying, like, that seemed like it sounded like a positive thing with the way that he described it as sort of like just kind of like a cheap escape.
Yeah, sure.
And for me, the song was something different. I had the picture, the visual of like the drive, and you and I have had like a lot of like really great drives.
Oh, 100%. Legendary.
So
legendary drives, dear listener.
Yeah, I just would want to listen to the whole album. I'm not sure if I would be focused on the lyrics, because if the whole thing is just kind of like heavy and sad, like I really am not that. But I would like to hear there's some sad songs I'm good to hear. Maybe this kind of a...
This isn't really a sad song, though.
Well, shooters killing left and right. What are you talking about? I think the reason that lyrically you're saying it's not that bad is because this was like more your experience. And I think for me hearing this, when like I didn't experience this just makes me think of like you and the sad things that have happened to you. So,
I just didn't see it as a sad song. He's just being ground to it's just life in a capitalist seats and Laban, it looks like to me. You know what I'm saying? A lot of this is capitalism. And I'm not saying it's bad or good. I'm just saying it doesn't look like, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Hey, shout out to Stout.
9.8 for me. I liked it.
Shout out to Stout.
He's back. Hey, what's up?
He's back. He was out in
It's like he heard what you said earlier.
That's right. I was talking shit about you, baby. All right. You get a 9.8?
I did, yeah.
All right. We will see you beautiful people on the other side of the break. Thank you very much, Negative. I'm going to put that song on my playlist as well because I am getting a space for that kind of chill, kind of like hip-hop / R&B type of thing. So, good on you, Negative freaking vibes. Negative, what did you give this thing? I don't know. This is probably a 10 for Negative. You know, it was his selection. But tell me on the other side of the break. Vin out!
Sorry out.
Gone. Happy Thanksgiving, Stout. Be nice to people. We'll see you on the other side of the break. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
Rubbish. That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
So buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. The last song that we listened to got a 9.9 out of 10 from the big homie Negative Vibes. This song is also from the big homie Negative Vibes. Go ahead.
Let me get that timestamp.
Timestamp is 2:21.
Negative says, this one's a little lighter fare. Momus is a fairly obscure British solo artist who's been making music since the mid-'80s, of whom I've always been a pretty big fan. He's been known to push edgy boundaries and explore social taboos in his subject matter, and musically started off with folk music, moved to the chamber pop, and is now into avant-garde territory.
Chamber pop? Is that what he said?
Chamber pop. Mm-hmm.
I have never heard of that term, chamber pop.
Me neither. Luckily, I picked out one from his first album, 1986, Circus Maximus, which focuses on skewed biblical stories like Paul, Sodom and Lot, King Solomon, John the Baptist, to name a few. This track, Lucky, like Saint Sebastian, should be fun to check out. So this is called Lucky Like Saint Sebastian by Momus.
There we are. Okay, let's check this out here. Lucky Like Saint Sebastian.
Lyrics on the way.
Lucky Like Saint Sebastian. Well, this is a lyric video, so you're... No, actually, it's not. Lucky Like Saint Sebastian, Negative Vibes, Vin and Sorry, let's go.
Once upon a time there was a man called Saul who persecuted Christians until he saw the work was bearing fruit for the Christians. So the man changed his opinions and his Christian name to Paul.
That's not why he changed.
He wrote important chapters in the Bible, but the blood on his writing hand reeked to high heaven, and Paul resolved to die. So he wrote to friends in Rome, a senator who owed him a favor, asking for an executioner, so Paul could make his exit as a martyr. The senator sent this answer. He said, should you be so lucky like Saint Sebastian, preferring the egg to the aspirin, swooning as they shoot the arrows through your narrow chest, stripping naked in the Circus Maximus with a martyr-eating lioness, bartering with flesh for a little pain. Scenes like this give sadomasochism a bad name.
Oh my God. I guess.
So there's a man who loved a woman too much to give up hope. When he saw she wouldn't touch him with a barge pole, he spent his whole life in the inferno. He composed in 34 cantos. Oh, Dante, though I'm anti such romantic speculation, I'm your hypocrite and Peter in the same situation. I'm your double. Oh, me, I'm your brother in pain. But Allegheny, if you listen, there's a difference between your Beatrice and my Paula. She's anonymous and now a waitress. It's comic but not divine. The tragedy is no one's dying. Should I be so lucky like Saint Sebastian, going out with a bang? Just hear me whimpering with joy as Mr. Death receives his blue-eyed boy. Surrender unto Caesar or to God, it makes no odds. There's just one thing the martyr wants to say. He says, tell me, Mrs. Lincoln, did you enjoy the play?
Ho, ho, ho. Too soon? Mr. Lincoln, did you enjoy the play?
In other words, he set it up to get himself killed, just like these.
That's crazy. That is pretty crazy, dear listener. What'd you say?
Is that what's happening? Like, because in this story he told, Paul wanted to get himself killed, and so he struck a deal with the senator, and then it talks next about this other person. Now, then we get down over here to Lincoln. In other words, Lincoln wanted to die. He wanted to go out with a bang, so he set the whole thing up. And then,
did you enjoy the play?
Did you enjoy the play? Because that's how he died.
That's the only thing. Yeah, it looks like he's like kind of mocking martyrs a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you guys put yourselves in a situation where you almost, want to end up getting chewed up. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So this is kind of the story about Saint Sebastian, and he was initially tied to a poster tree and shot with arrows. Though this did not kill him, he was, according to tradition, rescued and healed by Irene of Rome. In all versions of the story, shortly after his discovery, he went to Diocletian to warn.
He's been streaming for 15 hours.
After his
when it gets broken up, people will be like, "Why is this man?"
After his recovery, he went to Diocletian to warn him about his sins, and as a result, was clubbed to death. Okay, so he survived the arrows. Oh my gosh. And instead of saying, bless God, he rescued me, he goes to Diocletian, the emperor, and says, hey, Diocletian.
These are the things you've done wrong.
Yeah, Diocletian was like, excellent, you really have a death wish. Bang, bang, bang. That was a thing in the early church, man. They had to finally say, like, stop with the martyrdom stuff. You guys are like, you can't force the martyrdom. Like, let it come to you. Don't force it. But, the Christian story's crazy, man. Like, the first generation sealed the testimony with blood. It is what it is. Mm-hmm. Nothing can be done.
The story here, they're like, I don't know if it's like tongue in cheek, but once upon a time there was a man named called Saul, who persecuted Christians until he saw the work was bearing fruit for the Christians. So the man changed his opinions and his Christian name to Paul. I don't know if he's like...
What did he say the reason was? Why did Paul change his opinion?
He saw the fruit. That the work was bearing fruit for the Christians.
Yeah. The fruit was being hung from a tree, being crucified, being set on fire, and having pitch poured on you so that you could light his gardens at night, and becoming food for lions and jackals and what was it? The gladiators in the Colosseum. Like, what do we like? That's not what happened. But this guy, I don't think he intends to be taken seriously. You know what I'm saying? I think he's like, he's kind of like, because Christians. Shut up. I love my people, but we can be a little bit triggery.
I've never been triggery.
Especially to a dude like Paul.
Yeah.
Who so many people, including myself, attribute a lot of their life's work to.
Yeah. And he wrote important chapters in the Bible.
Yeah, and then he even talks about Romans.
Blood on his handwriting reeked to high heaven, he said.
Listen, there would be no United States of America without the Book of Romans, and I don't have enough time to explain it to y'all in this discussion. But if it wasn't for the Book of Romans, there would be no United States of America. So, I mean, it's pretty easy to make the correlation, obviously.
I'm not thinking of which verse. Can you just quote the verse?
Well, it's not the verse. It's a system of theology, right? So the Puritans are all Dutch Calvinists.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And they had a severe break with the Roman Catholic Church.
Okay. Around
the doctrine of sola fide, among other things.
Yep.
Sola fide is the doctrine that faith alone is what saves you. Right? And Luther didn't get that doctrine from anywhere. He got that doctrine from the Pauline Corpus, where he talks about that you are saved not by works, lest any man should boast. By grace you're saved. This is not of yourself. It's a gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And so, that's why. So what happens is the Puritans were like, oh, okay, so not of works, lest any man boast. So all this purgatory stuff the Catholics are making up, that's bunk, because it says here in Romans, yada, yada, yada. And Bloody Mary says, I don't go fuck what Romans says. Tell me you believe in transubstantiation, or I'm going to set you on fire until you die. And the Puritans said, we can't do that because the Bible explicitly states that salvation is by grace alone through faith alone. So we can't do that. So they said, great, we'll set you on fire. Since your interpretation of the book of Romans is that you don't have to follow me, I will set you on fire. And that was the impetus for people to go to the New World. Okay? So Romans as a book is massively important to the shaping of the Western mind and what we call the Western world.
Yeah.
I challenge any secularist to read the book of Romans. It's only 16 chapters, biblically speaking, back to front. And you're going to see, there's a lot of shit in there where you're like, yo, whoa, hey, that's really shocking. Some of it is, extremely high philosophy, which to this day is still very difficult for people to parse out. I agree with that. Peter actually says that Paul's writings are wisdom from God, but unstable men twist it to their own destruction. So Paul is a very enigmatic figure in the church. He's an easy person to get wrong, right? So when he says we're sinning ground, grace abounded all the more, and then people go, oh, since we're sinning ground, bounds, grace abounds, and I'll just sin as much as I want. And Paul's like, your condemnation is just. He doesn't even go into a big argument to disprove them. He just said, you're going to hell and you deserve it for saying that dumb shit. He said
something right before that, though. He said, I thought he said, oh, isn't that where he said, who are you to question the...
No, that's Romans 9.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah. That Romans 3, Romans 6, it's, shall we do good that evil may result, I do not believe life is about suffering, and I think the Puritans slowly inserting that into American sects of Christianity really screwed this country up. I am not sure that I disagree with you, and that's part of the cheekiness of the song to me, is that there are some Christians that...
I don't think it's about suffering either. I do think that suffering is part of
Right, but I think he's kind of mocking people that put themselves in the situation to suffer, and it appears it's like it's only suffering for suffering's sake, right?
Well, yeah, if
like,
it went that way, yeah.
Yeah, because if you look at the lyrics of the song, it's like, oh, Paul did this, and then, whatever. But I don't think I don't take it as a criticism of Christianity per se. I just think it's a cheeky, almost funny song, ironic song. Like, what are y'all doing? Like, chill out. Like, you don't need to like martyr yourself, bro. Like, it's okay. Like, we can all get along. I didn't take much offense to it as a Christian at all. What about you? Like, was it?
No, it wasn't offensive. It was just, like, at first I was like, well, I mean, we need to set the record straight. Because I thought that he was being serious. Like, I thought, because there's been times where bands will, like, create a biblical song, but they'll be all wrong on it. You know what I mean? And they're like, oh, this is where people are getting this idea from. Or something will be in a movie, and they think because it's in the movie, like that's how the events actually went, and people will like quote that stuff. So
I agree with that.
I didn't know if that was one of those situations because it wasn't. Paul didn't see the Christians bearing fruit, and that's what changed him. Jesus Christ himself met him on his road to go persecute more Christians, and he was like, "Why are you persecuting me?"
Yeah.
It was light. He was blinded for a couple days. It was a pretty crazy experience. So yeah, but
But don't you think he's kind of like using Paul as a stand-in for a dude who's taking advantage of a situation and finding a way to get his little, Because it looks like that's what he's talking about. Like, he's not. I don't know if he's talking about Paul, like Paul the Apostle, as much as using that example as an icon of people who are self-important. And I remember I used to listen to this one particular guy, and he used to talk. I was just thinking about this a couple days ago. Sproul Jr.
I mean, this is so loud. What are you doing?
I decided I can't protect the guilty. So this dude, he was talking about like how revolutionary he is. He's like, and he basically said like, I'm gonna squeeze till I'm empty. And I was like, whoa, what are you talking about? And he's like, when they come for us, blah blah blah. I'm like, who? I'm like,
gun?
I'm like, who's coming for you? They like he was saying he lives for the day when he could die in a shootout against the government. Like, you're talking about the U.S. government, and it was just clear like dude had a giant like martyr complex. Like he really wanted, and like I do think that's in some prevalent Christian circles is like the martyr complex, and I think it's a complicated idea because it's like there are some people. Look, Christ died for a bigger cause than so it's like, I get it, but at the same time I don't get it, what I mean? The other thing, we were talking about that. Did you have any other thoughts about the song?
No, I thought it was I thought it was an interesting song. I mean, I was a little thrown off at the end where all of a sudden we were talking about Lincoln.
Well, that was the last line about Lincoln, which was like,
because he talked to his wife. Did you like the play, Mrs. Lincoln? Mrs.
Is it Mrs. or Mr.? I thought it was Mr.
Miss Lincoln. Hey, Mr. He died.
Hey, tell me, Miss Lincoln, did you enjoy the play? That's grimy. But see, Lincoln and his wife had a very rocky, horrible relationship. She was abusive. She beat him up, all types of weirdo shit.
She was abusive to Lincoln?
Look at this one. Yes.
No, I know that women are abusive toward men. I just never heard any of that.
Well, that's not true. I've told you about this a million times. She almost drove the man to suicide. I'm dead ass.
I love how you announce that every time. You're like, I've told you a million times, you moron.
Well, I mean, you out here making false accusations. Well, I have no idea what
I didn't remember it. I did not remember it.
You just don't have a habit of listening to me, which is fine. It's just fine. Okay. I got my friends here. They'll listen to me. Yeah, but
Finn has a lot of information, and he believes that everybody's mind should be like his. So when we can't take in and absorb what he can, he's like, you don't listen.
Well, no, it's not that you can't absorb it. It's just that you have a template.
It's a lot of information.
You have a template in your mind about who's abusive and who's not.
No, that's not. You're completely wrong. You're completely wrong. I don't see it that way at all, and I haven't for a long time.
Right.
I just was surprised because the only thing that I have in my head about Mrs. Lincoln is like that picture where she's like kind of like a little bit overweight and she's got a cap on her head and she doesn't say anything, she doesn't be anything, she's just there. So like to hear that information is just a little bit like, oh well, that was surprising.
Yeah, negative. Yeah, the Dante situation was particularly funny. I remember reading Dante's Inferno and being like, yo, is this supposed to be a comedy? And then later I found out it actually was a comedy, but it doesn't mean necessarily comedy the way that we talk about it. Mm-hmm. But Negative is right, though. Like, when he talks about Dante in verse 2, it's basically he wrote this gigantic classic book because a girl he wanted rejected him.
Okay, I didn't know that story. Yeah, it was kind of... So once there was a man who loved a woman too much to give up hope when he saw she wouldn't touch him with a barge pole. I don't know what that means. He spent his whole life...
You know how they're like, I wouldn't touch you with a 10-foot pole.
Oh, okay.
I'm assuming a barge pole is more than 10 feet.
He spent his whole life in the Inferno. He composed in 34 cantos. A Dante, though, I'm anti such romantic speculation. I'm your hypocrite reader in the same situation. I'm your double. I mean, your brother in pain. So, okay, so that referenced Dante's Inferno. But so
that referenced Dante from Dante's Inferno.
Okay, and Dante, what? That happened to him?
Well, yeah, that, as the legend goes, you know, Shorty kind of rejected him. He wrote a book, and then it's a poem. Abandon hope, all ye who enter here.
Yeah.
And the worst people in the ninth circle of hell were traitors. Okay? And then, I forgot, I think it was the sixth circle of hell, I'm not sure. But were sexually promiscuous women. And so he details all these extravagant punishments.
Are you serious?
I mean, he detailed punishments of a lot of people, not just women, but it is kind of ironic, like, considering the situation that he came up with.
Yeah, yeah.
What's up, Mirs Delica?
Hello.
Yes, hello. I love songs with alteration, not just that was an example, but misses being interchangeable, like the bullet missing is a clever play on words. Ah! Mrs. Lincoln. Oh! Gang, gang, gang. That's actually a good one. That is actually a good one. I'm not gonna lie to you. That's a good catch there, Stout. Maybe I can rescue you yet. Your mind is still active, I can tell.
Your mind is not fully gone.
Yeah. So bad. He's been imbibing all that far leftist stuff. It's deteriorating his
come to the other side.
It's deteriorating his large brain, and he believes that because his brain is so large and big that he can afford to atrophy big major parts of it because he'll have other parts of it left over, and that's why he keeps watching this far left stuff that's just like insane crazy. What's up, Kai? Good to see you. Go ahead.
So what did you feel about this one?
I thought it was cheeky and irreverent and a little bit like... It was funny because... Who was it? It was something where I'm like, don't touch that or don't touch your brother or something like that. And then Seneca goes and like touches him and then looks at me like... You know, I felt like this song was that like I'm not touching you. You remember we used to do that? Like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. We used to do that all the time. My little brother tried to do that to me one time. I'm like, yo, get your hand on my face, bro. Because I was looking for something. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I'm not touching you. Bang! He's like, why'd you do that? I wasn't touching you. I told you to leave me alone. That's what's going on in this song. Like, he's just like eye poking. Like, I know you Christians, you guys all triggery and shit. You're not going to sit there and listen to my lyrics. You're going to go crazy. I'm not touching you, though. There's nothing you can do about it. You better be careful.
Yeah, I know people that prefer the ache to aspirin also. So
yeah, this man...
That was an interesting line.
What? They prefer the ache to aspirin?
Yeah, preferring the ache to the aspirin.
You're like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you won't take an aspirin.
Yeah, but that's for different reasons.
As soon as I get a headache, I'm like, give me that shit.
Yeah, no,
I'll chew it up. I don't care. Go ahead.
I don't like chemicals all over the place. Like, right. I don't like the kids putting hot stuff in plastic. I don't want that. You know what I mean? Like, I'm like, rinse the fruit.
Yeah,
blah,
you kind of made me paranoid about the hot stuff in plastic. I'm not gonna lie to you. I used to microwave that shit all the time.
Microwaving plastic? I mean, come on, it's bad enough we're using a microwave.
Strong bones and capillaries.
Okay, that's what it does. Okay.
What do you give the song?
I'm gonna go with a solid 9.
I'm gonna give this one a good 8.8.
8.8.
A good 8.8. The lyricism was classy. We will see you on the other side of the break, dear listener. Don't you dare go anywhere. It's not fair. Look at her hair. I swear to God. All right. We'll see
Every
you on the other
time
side
I'm
of
gonna
the break.
jump in, you change the end.
I did, because I saw you were going to come in. I'm like, I got to really screw this up for her so that she can't just jump in and not go with the flow and everybody start getting impressed. Oh my God, Soraya can freestyle.
Can do that.
Soraya can freestyle. So now I have the title of the freestyler.
It's just you and you alone.
Commercial break, we'll be right back. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your the filthy capitalist option is 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSory. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sory and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch. Vin decided he's not doing the rest of the show. I'm doing it by myself. So I'll be breaking down the lyrics with the same tenacity as Vin always does. I see that the number count just lowered. No, I'm kidding. He's coming. Just give him moments. Give him time. We have 3 more songs on tonight's stream, so we'll still be here a while. So if you're going to get your popcorn, get it now. But let's do a random Ask Me Anything. Not that you guys are going to ask me anything, but in the event that you do, I will open up the chat. Let's see. If you have any questions, you'll have to post them now because the thing just refreshed. And when it refreshed, it deleted all the messages. There's literally not a single message here. Not even a hello. Hello? Or is it that I said Vin wasn't going to be here and everybody left me? All right. Let's see. What other story can I tell you guys? Well, I already told you about our vehicle breaking down. So I had no turkey pan. And then I ordered food to get delivered from Aldi because I was like, okay, the car's not gonna get fixed before Thanksgiving. So I had that stuff delivered and I added a roasting pan in there so that way I could cook my turkey. And I was watching the order as it went down the list and I was like, please, please, please get my roasting pan. Please get my roasting pan. And they got down to it and then they sent me a message saying there was no roasting pans. I'm like, what the frig am I going to cook that in now? Oh my gosh. And what are we eating for Thanksgiving? I will tell you that in just 1 second. Oh, here comes Vin. Turkey. There's going to be potatoes. There's rolls. There's going to be stuffing. There's green beans. There's stuff for pumpkin pie. Oh, shoot. No, the pumpkin pie filling was another thing that they didn't bring me. Unfortunately. Vinny likes pumpkin pie, so I was making that for him.
Of course. Of course.
And I ordered Macintosh apples to make this amazing apple crisp that he also likes. You guys would not believe the condition of these apples when they arrived. They were like, not just like these got banged up when they were on the way. This was like, I went off.
On Aldi?
On men.
Oh, God.
I was like, there are things men shouldn't do. I should be able to click a button that says women only can get my orders, because this would not happen if a woman was picking up this order. Nobody would deliver. Literally, the apples were black. Like, you know when apples are so, like, rotted? They're like juices coming out of them and they're black? That's how the apples were. An entire bag. I couldn't even believe it. It was so frustrating. I like my man black, not my apples.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, is Vin gonna have Red Bull with turkey? Probably. If I can try to convince him to have an orange juice, that would be more healthy. But, you know, Vin does what he wants to do. That is one thing I noticed. I can influence certain things about him, and then there are other things that just... Although, there have been times where we had, like, I pushed back on him with the Red Bulls, and I have seen you put them back sometimes. SGS 118. Okay, listen, guys. I use ChatGPT for my recipes now. You have to make, like, little variations if you know what you're doing or whatever. But, like, seriously, it has the best recipes. That's the apple crisp that he's totally into right now, is literally a ChatGPT recipe. Do you collect records? Stoudman, I don't know what that means. Okay? That makes no sense to me. Do I collect records? What kind of records? I used to.
You weirdo.
Oh, those kind of records.
We're a reaction channel.
Well, who calls them records? Stoudman, how old are you?
That's true. Stoudman looks like he's like 50.
If you would have said albums, that would have been different. Records. You mean like the vinyls? Like, what are we talking about here?
I mean, it's a recording, right?
Listen, be in the stream or out of it, sir. Envy apples. I've never tried envy apples. Vinyl records, music. I mean, this is 2024, Stoudman. It's called Apple and iTunes and YouTube. Yeah, we actually do have. We have a lot of actual CDs that the channel has sent us. There's a giant box that has all the stuff in it that is still in Maine that has to make its way to Florida. He said, I collect them. I'm a hipster. 40? Stoudman, you are 40? I don't believe you. Why? You sound so old.
Leave him alone. Leave the man alone.
Listen, stop protecting all of these people. I need to be able to have my massacre on Thanksgiving as well. I usually like to make what do you call that? Sweet potato pie, but as I said, the car broke down, and so I was stuck just whatever I had already on hand. I will say though, God came through for me on a number of things, because I really wanted to get that brine mixture for the turkey. Okay, back up. I wasn't going to get my turkey. I remember, I forgot what day it was. I wasn't going to get my turkey yet, but then this lady, when I was in line, she's standing by the turkeys and she yells to her husband, "Honey!" And I looked over at her because I was a little startled that she yelled that loudly in the store. And then she's like, "Oh, sorry." And then I was like, you know what? This is a sign for me to also get a turkey. So I went over and I grabbed my turkey. So that's how we had the turkey. And then I was completely out of salt, basically. And I felt like God was like, go back in the store and get the salt. And I was like, oh, bro, I do not feel like turning back around, because I was already at the car unpacking the groceries. I'm like, I don't feel like going back in. But I really felt like that God was like pressing on me to go back in there and get the salt, which now I'm very glad I did, because we have salt for Thanksgiving. And the brine situation, when we went to the store to get it, the store was completely out. And I told Vinny, I was like, that's okay. I'm like, because he wanted to get back and watch the game with Johan. I'm like, just bring me home and I'll get it some other time. And I actually thought that's what he was going to do, but it turns out he did not do that. Are you coming in?
Yeah.
We'll be right back.
I've returned.
He's come back. All
I
right.
look very happy about that development.
So anyway, Vinny brought me to the next Aldi place,
right.
and they told me they didn't have it, and I asked them to ask somebody else who also said that they didn't have it. And then I searched all the aisles because I did not believe that God would have put me through all of that, and even had Vinny bring me to the second location if it wasn't actually there for me. So I went back up and down every single aisle, and I kept praying the whole time, and I was like, Lord, I really think that this is here somewhere. And then I went back to the aisle, and I stood there staring at it. I was like, Vin is going to think this is crazy how long this is taking me, and I'm going to come out with nothing. But I'm like, he's not going to believe it. But I literally stood there thinking to myself, there's no way God's not giving this to me right now. And then sure enough, there it was. And so I brought it home, and it is now, the turkey is now soaking in it.
Salut Flay! Alright guys, here we go. Converge, is it Reptilian?
Okay, Reptilian. Wait a minute.
With
this is about
lyrics.
Elon? So that's what you get for taking my man's phrase.
Reptilian, here we go. Shout out to Night Ranger.
All right.
Keeping it gully over
All
there
right,
in
all right. No, it's not called Reptilian at all. I don't know where you got that from. Oh, right there. Reptilian. Why did they put
Converge,
the
the
Dusk
Dusk in Us.
Oh, the Dusk in Us must be...
This is SGS.
That's the album. Okay. This is Converge, the Dusk in Us. Ooh, that's interesting, the Dusk in Us. Can you give me the timestamp?
2:54.
Okay. Converge is a metalcore band from Salem, Massachusetts that formed in 1990. Reptilian is the last song on their 2017 album, The Dusk in Us. That's it.
All right.
There it is. I'm
Here
gonna
we
send you the
go.
lyrics.
Well, we got send it to me. We got a lyric video coming up. Reptilian, The Dusk in Us, or No, what am I talking about? What's the name of the band again?
Well, the name of the band is Converge.
Converge. And the name of the song is Reptilian. Let's go! Dark. Dark. Build up is crazy. part right here is crazy. I love that song. I love the knuckle dragging metal. That song was crazy, bruh.
Oh my gosh.
That song was crazy. I really love that part at the end, bro. That shit was hard as hell. I love that shit. Because I wasn't... Were you expecting that at the very, very end?
No. No, I wasn't. And I wasn't expecting that, like... sort of like...
Good morning!
Good morning to you.
You know where that came from, right?
It sounded familiar.
Good morning!
Yeah, that's what it is, yeah!
Hey, guys, there has been a, after the Trump victory, I got a very, racist video message. And if you guys want to hear it, then stick around till after we do the final song, because we got 2 more after this. And you might, you'll get to see what black people are dealing with in Trump's America. Okay, so I received this video, and you'll see what we go through. Okay? Good morning.
The way you did it.
Good morning.
Sharp.
Don't try anything.
Don't try anything. Don't try anything.
That video should have been like at a million. It should be at a million
I
views
know,
right now. These freaking politically.
Yeah, come on.
All right, guys, here we go. Okay, so what did you think the song was about?
Well, he started when he said feudal wars for fruitless words, written by shadow kings. Their shrapnel seeds the desert fields and sprouts this fear we see. Devils do not need a hell in order to exist. Melodies of flightless birds.
That's a good line, man.
Yeah.
That's a really good line.
Go
ahead.
I liked this song. Okay, so lyrically what it made me think of is when he said feudal wars for fruitless words, it made me think about there are some times where like somebody says something and you're like, yeah, that just came from your own little wicked heart. But then there are other times that somebody says something and you're like, that came from somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
Like that has like a whole nother level of darkness to it. The words could be the same as what somebody else said, but it just is like the genesis of that went spiritually deeper than where the person maybe was trying to communicate it from. So when it said feudal wars for fruitless words written by shadow kings, to me that was like how many words are spoken now that are actually come from some shadow king or some demonic force or some interdimensional being or whatever you want to call that, like their shrapnel seeds the desert fields and sprouts the fear we see. Like the concept of fear and how it affects our lives and how all-consuming fear is. And, like the knee-jerk reaction is like, oh, the opposite of fear would be, I don't even know what people would say.
Bravery, probably. Or
probably, yeah. I think that the opposite of fear is love, and I think that the antidote of fear is gratefulness. Because it's very difficult to be fearful in the face of a heart that's full of gratefulness. Because you just start seeing, like, the more grateful you are, the more things that there are that you can see. And it really, like, when it says it sprouts the fear we see, the shrapnel seeds the desert fields. Like, you can't even grow anything in deserts, but we're calling it desert fields, and then you're saying that the shrapnel seeds that are the shrapnel from the words that were spoken by the shadow kings, that is the fruitless words, those become the seeds in the desert that actually do grow something, and what it grows is fear. And then he says melodies of flightless birds remind reptilian me. and then he goes into talking about like this testing and stuff, and he says we must lose sight of the shore to know what courage means, and we must lose sight of who we are to know what we can be. Those lines also were really, really good, and I think that we kind of talked about it before, but this like when you're tested beyond, like people quote this verse like God isn't going to test you more than you're able. That's not even in a verse in the Bible. That's exactly what he does. He pushes
Literally
you beyond
says the opposite.
what you are, so that way you're like, I can't do this, you know? And then there's this, you know, this desperate reaching toward the divine that helps heal you from, you know, this place. But then when he says the enemy will not reveal its mortal form to me, I really liked that line. There was this kids movie, I can't remember what it was called, but it had a lot of like, now that I know more about different like topics, there was like griffins in there and like all these different beings that like people will like talk about in like the side, like these fairy, like if you listen to people's like different experiences through like UAPs and different stuff like that, like they'll have these weird experiences that they'll talk about, like time didn't exist or they were brought somewhere and there was these singing and like, I don't know, just different strange stories that people tell. But anyway, in this thing, there was a being that was in it, and the being would change forms, and the only way for them to get it, they were not going to be able to kill this being or stop this being because it was so powerful. It never went to its more vulnerable places, but it wanted something, and so they presented themselves a certain way. So then they were able to trap basically this being. But when it said, the enemy will not reveal its mortal form to me, if it was in a mortal form, that would be a form that you could kill. And so when he says this, after he talks about courage and like, we must lose sight of who we are to know what we can be, like when he talked about that stuff and then he talked about the mortal form, to me it was like that like place that you get to that where you feel like, man, can I make it out of this? Or is this situation going to consume me and just eat me alive? And you keep pushing on and you keep pushing through, and then you find like strength in ways that you didn't think that you had, or you find all of a sudden like some words of wisdom came from, and you're like, oh my gosh, like where did that come from? And you're like, yeah, that kind of had its genesis back in that painful situation I was in. And when he says the enemy won't reveal its mortal form to me, that was like, whatever it is, like there's a weakness in whatever's coming after you, and like overcoming it, like that's like whatever is against you is not going to want to show its weakness to you, and maybe that's even like a part of yourself, like you don't want to see those weak parts of yourself, so like you stay angry so you don't have to feel sad, or you know, like these types of things. So I don't know, like that to me, it was like sort of an encouraging song, I guess. I don't know if it was meant to be, but yeah, it was like
a lot of this, the interpretation of the song depends on what the word for means in line 1. Feudal wars for fruitless words. If for there means because of.
That's how I took it, was
right?
Because of.
Instead of on behalf of. Mm-hmm. Feudal wars for fruitless words written by Shadow King. And you know, he talks about reptilian, and there's this guy named David Icke, and he popularized this idea that among us, walking among us, are these reptilian aliens, spiritual beings, interdimensional beings, whatever you want to call them, and they dress up in regular suits and stuff, but sometimes like their camo screws up and you can catch them. So like there's this one thing with Beyonce at the Super Bowl, and she was doing something and they caught her in like a moment, because you know when she really gets into her music and she's like raw, you know, she's kind of headbanging, that type of thing. And that's also on our channel, by the way. But then they caught it in like a live action, and she looked kind of grotesque, whatever you want to say. And they're like, see, the demon came out. So like, so that's David Icke. Like he thinks that there are like literally lizard people around, and he calls those people reptilians.
But is that similar? You know, Jesus said like, oh, you might, you give a drink of water to somebody, you might entertain an angel unawares. Like that, they're saying it's. Bible talks about angels looking like regular people, but it's actually an angel that you've had an interaction with?
Well, yes.
Is it like something like that?
Yeah, but he's corporealized.
Corporealized.
Meaning that they're physical. Right? An angel is by its nature a spiritual being that doesn't have extension in time and space, right? These reptilians are physical beings that have... They're not spiritual beings. They're physical beings from wherever.
Oh, okay.
They serve Satan, and they're you could touch them, and but like they show up incognito, dressed as a human or whatever. That's the idea. And so sometimes when they do whatever, look, they changed. This guy changed. You can see that their pupils went vertical. All this other stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
So those are reptilians, and then those reptilians are connected to all the world leaders. So all the world leaders are in this kind of cabal with these reptilians, and they work to destroy the planet and all the rest of it. And they're the ones that are fomenting all of these dirty wars, etc. And so if you look at the line, feudal wars, 4 fruitless words written by shadow kings, because in Ike's ideology, the reptilians are the power behind the power.
Okay.
Okay, so you've got feudal wars for fruitless words written by shadow kings. Their shrapnel seeds the desert fields and sprouts this fear we see.
Okay.
The shrapnel is like sort of like the unintended consequences of what happens when a bomb goes off. Mm-hmm. You know, everything goes everywhere, and so like you don't get killed by the explosion. You get killed because you blew up a stage, and one of the bolts that you used to hammer down the planks, because the explosion was so dramatic, that nail goes right through somebody's head.
Yeah,
right?
No, I'm familiar with.
And so they die because of the shrapnel.
Yeah.
So if you look, feudal wars for fruitless kings, written by shadow kings, their shrapnel seeds the desert fields and sprouts as fair we see, and that obviously, in my view, has probably to do with conflicts and wars in the Middle East. The shrapnel from these words are seeding the desert fields, because that's where we're going, but we're seeding the desert fields with blood, I think is the idea. It sprouts this fear we see because it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. Because, you know, I talked about this. It was one of my... This is another sort of life-changing moment for me that was for the worse and for the better as time went on. There's this movie called The Kingdom, and it was actually a little bit prescient, but I'll talk to you about that offline. There's this movie called The Kingdom, and it's with, it's tracking these CIA folks, they're chasing a terrorist, whatever. And at the beginning of the movie, you see this agent working along, and there's like a bomb goes off, boom. And so the agent goes, obviously, to start checking on what's going on, but a second bomb went off, and he died. Oh. So she sees him die on camera. And she's crying her eyes out, and Jamie Foxx, one of the main characters, whispers something in her ear that makes her stop crying. Oh, yeah. And then you go throughout the movie. I'm sorry to destroy this movie for you. Close your eyes. There's a spoiler in here. But
close your ears.
Close your ears. Apologies. But what's interesting is, so there's a movie, they're chasing a terrorist. Finally, they catch a terrorist, and they kill a terrorist, but they kill him in front of his son. Okay? And... everybody goes home, all the rest of it. We got the bad guy, yada, yada, yada. And then, in the very, very end, like 2 minutes in, as the son is holding his dying father that these U.S. soldiers just killed, and he's crying, his mother whispers something into his ear. And then it goes back to the beginning of it goes back to the Americans, and they're having a conversation, and they asked, "Hey, what did you say to Shorty when her husband died? You whispered something in her ear that made her stop crying. What did you say to her?" And Jamie Foxx looks at him and says, "I told her we're going to kill them all." Mm-hmm. And that's what gave her the peace to go on and say, okay, my husband died, but it's all good. Then they cut to the back to the scene with the kid where he was crying because his father was dead. Yep. And it zeroes in on the mom, and they translate the Arabic, says, "Don't cry, son, kill them all." Mm-hmm. And it really, if the thesis is right here, when it says there's shrapnel seeds the desert fields, I'm adding in blood, and spouts this fear we see, I think when you plant all that blood in the sand of the Middle East, up from that is going to spring a new batch of terrorists, aka young men who want vengeance for their people. So I thought that was a brilliant line, and it just made me think of that line in that movie, because it was just so powerful toward the end, where it was like, I said we're gonna kill them all, and it's like that absolutely would have like motivated me like crazy if I was an American and I saw my significant other. Man, if you broke a nail, if Al Qaeda broke your nail, I would wipe out an entire village. Okay, so
I bit it, babe.
It's just not. You know, that mindset is a crazy mindset to have. It's a very liberating mindset because, I mean, quite frankly, killing is like the ultimate taboo. But it's a strange thing if somebody says you kill everybody. Like, it's a very liberating experience, you think, at the beginning, especially if you hate them people. Especially if they took a couple of your friends away from you. You know what I'm saying? But it's a very... Because it's like... Dude, you destroyed these people's lives, their country. You destroyed everything. You've killed their children. You've done all this crazy shit. And then they do something to attack you, to fight back, and now you're going to kill everybody? And it's like, yes, American exceptionalism, yes. I'm not saying that's good. I think that's terrible. I'm not sure if I'm way off base or I'm like right down the middle on this song, but that's kind of how I took it. I think what's happening right now is with Mr. Trump is very interesting. I'm in the whole wait and see paradigm.
What about this? The enemy will not reveal its mortal form to me.
I think you're right. Is that because we're in this physical platform, unless something physicalizes itself, it's almost like not real. And I think that's what he's saying. I think he's saying that the enemy is and I would say it's because the devil's intelligent. He's smart enough not to communicate to us in a way that, you know, we would know that it's him. See what I'm saying? Yeah, it was a deep song. The lyrics at the beginning were crazy, and that's kind of like where I got to my position on it. I could be completely and totally dead wrong, but that's how I looked at it. I give this one a solid 8.7.
8.9. 8.9 for me. That one was SGS's pick.
Yes.
Dusk.
Yes. Kai, let's talk about it. You heard that they want to invade Mexico, right? How is this reality? Yeah, I heard that we're going to send a couple combat application group guys to go down there and take care of the cartel. And I'm all for that. And if it wasn't for her, I'd be right there with them boys. The cartel is a horrible organization. Those guys are so evil that ISIS took their cues from the cartel. They were not chopping people's heads off on camera, not to the degree that they do now. They learned that from the cartel because the cartel used that act of terrorism to great effect. So if Mr. Trump is truly serious about sending Delta operators in there to clean those boys up, I'm 100,000 million quadrillion % for it. Because fentanyl has killed over 100,000 people in my country, and it is an extremely, I mean, it's a bunch of 9/11s all over again every single day. And so, I don't got any pity for the fucking cartel. Fuck the cartel, and shoot straight and aim true, boys.
I don't even understand this fentanyl situation. Like, is there anything about fentanyl that like works for people, or why is it killing so many people?
It's just it's a poisonous chemical, but apparently it gives you a different kind of high, or it's
as long as you get just a tiny bit of it.
Well, yeah, people know. They're like, if the thing is laced with fentanyl and they take a deep drag, it's almost over for them.
Then why would somebody do that? Why wouldn't you tell people what's in it?
What are you talking? These are drug dealers.
They're gonna kill their. Who would do a business
because
like that?
Not all people that use heroin overdose and die. You know what I'm saying? Stout says, if it was requested by the country, I wouldn't mind. Stout, these people are ruining our country. So I would not put like a dirty war or a useless war or whatever. I wouldn't put Mexico in that category. Those people have caused significant material harm to my country and countrymen. And so, I don't care. Get the cartel out of here. Fuck them. What did you give this song?
We both rated it the same. And we've already rated it.
What'd you give it?
I hate it when you ask me
I gave it an 8.8.
Ooh, I matched you, but I thought I gave it an 8.9. So I'm going to give it an 8.9.
All right, 8.8, 8.9, dear listener. We will see you on the other side of the break. Stoudman, why are you so wrong on everything?
How can this be possible?
It'd be okay if they asked for it. These guys are coming over our border and dropping fentanyl everywhere, bro.
Fentanyl, what?
I'm saying you get fentanyl and you get fentanyl and you get to bury your cousin and you get to bury your son. Yeah, that's what they're doing. And Stoudman's like, well, we should ask the Mexicans if it's okay for us to sleep over for a little bit and shoot up some cartel guys. I don't understand this. God bless Stoudman. God bless him. Commercial break. We'll be right back. SubhanAllah. My God. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. Sorry says 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener.
It looks so dysfunctional here. Oh my gosh.
We're not dysfunctional.
No, I look it over here.
Hey, congratulations to me. I just passed the 24-hour mark. Yay!
Gosh, Vinny.
24 hours without sleep, baby. And I'm going to play some Fortnite after this. Real rap. All right, guys, here we go. Song number... Oh, this is Periphery.
Periphery 5, though. I don't know if this is... Let me just read this. This is CISO. Wildfire. This is the first song...
This is definitely Periphery.
Okay. This is the first song off Periphery 5. The album was supposed to initially be a sequel to their concept double album, Juggernaut Alpha and Omega. They changed their mind halfway through, but kept some of the motifs callbacks this song to that album. In this song to that album. Fun fact, Spencer, the vocalist, is a full-time producer and will be producing Sleep Talker's new music in 2025.
Holy hell.
That's crazy.
Sleep Talker is a band that we know personally. And the dude from Periphery is going to be producing their shit. Damn it, we need to get all our stuff. We can go on tour with them.
Periphery, that wasn't the band that I lost the interview, was it?
No. The band that you lost the interview was, I forgot. All right, shout out to Paul Riddle. No caffeine at 4:44 a.m. No caffeine for me.
Lots of caffeine in it. Vinny's been taking caffeine, though.
We've been clear. All right, guys, here we go. Periphery. The name of the song is 5.
No, I think that's the name of the album. I don't know. The name of the song is Wildfire.
Wildfire. It's probably song 5. All right, well, talk to the people, because the same situation continues to happen over and over.
All right, here we go. I am going to do a random...
And there's the official music video. I hate the guts. I hate your guts!
You hate CISO?
No, I can't say that about CISO.
Okay, guys. A random Ask Me Anything.
Yeah, see, if CISO has some kind of deal with Periphery...
CISO, we have much to talk about, he said.
CISO, you gave me an official record, baby. Do you want me to play the official record? I can do it. Do you
want him to do a Thanksgiving massacre?
Seeing as how they're producing his band's record, they might have whitelisted us. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Well.
So just let me know, baby. Let me know. I'm gonna pull up a bootleg until he tells us what the deal is. But yeah, it's very possible. I can always
play the official over here too.
Yeah, it's very possible that he got us whitelisted from that band because they're producing his stuff.
Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense to me. It's all making sense. All right, so you guys.
What was the name of the song?
Random Ask Me Anything.
Periphery what?
Wildfire is the name of the song.
Fire.
I remembered that without even looking back.
I know. Very good job. Oh, there's a new Pop the Balloon or Find Love thingamajiggy too.
Oh, is there?
Yeah.
Man, we watched 2 of them back to back.
So we on that gang shit. We missed a lot of weeks apparently.
Look at you trying to keep me up after this, aren't you?
I am not. I know you're going to go straight to sleep. I've already prepared for it.
This is my thing. My thing is, if you get up when I get up and help me cook the Thanksgiving meal, well, I'll stay up later.
I don't have a problem, man. I don't think it's humane for me to keep you up this long anyway. I've already made peace with the fact that
Since when has what was humane made sense to you?
I'm gonna make peace with humane for you. I do a lot of things that are humane for you. That's why I never wake you up. That's why you're always like, why didn't you wake me up?
You didn't wake me up. Yeah.
Has CISO responded to me, or is he too guilty? I sent the old version after the email.
The other thing? Look, there it is. Official
video for stream. CISO, there he is right there.
Yep. Okay, because I never seen anyone get it taken down, but he mentioned you guys bringing this one up for the stream. Okay, and watching the official on the side. If that's too much work, use the link above.
Look, Cease, if you want us to use the official one on this, I will do it for you, bruh. I will do it. There's only 2 songs left. We could do it. You know what I'm saying? So type 1 if you want us to go with the official video. Type 2 if you want us to go with the lyric video.
But then if the whole stream gets blocked for everybody.
Hey, that's a risk I'm willing to take for CISO.
Okay, CISO willing to take that.
And there's part of me that'd be like, good for you, Mom.
How good for you.
A good feel. A good feel. Read that thing. Spencer is one of the subjects in the Charismatic Voice University of Utah harsh vocal study. He gets tortured. Gets scoped and put through video MRI in February. Yo, send me a link. Is this like the singer of Periphery and stuff? Like going crazy with it?
Wow.
What?
She said he gets tortured. Gets scoped and put through video MRI in February. That means they're going to put a scope down his throat and video it while he's singing?
To figure out what happens to screamers when they sing?
What he's doing while he's singing? That's crazy.
That is insane.
That's wild. Because they're trying to check. Yeah, that's interesting. Did CISO...
Paul Riddle in this bitch. Member since 2018, and Vinny is still Vinny. That's right! Vinny is still Vinny. We started in 2019, though. I don't know. Remember when we first started?
Is she talking about another Vinny?
Remember in year 1, they were like, his name is Paul. Remember, it's not a female.
I didn't say it. Wow.
You said it sounded like you said she, so I'm just making sure.
Wow.
I mean,
wow. I could tell you.
Watch video on other monitor, put lyrics on the screen. Okay, there's only one vote that matters because you're the one that sent us the cheddar. Yeah.
Okay.
We've got to get serious about fixing up my guitar stuff. I can't let CISO go on tour without me.
Thank you.
Yeah, plus it'll be better for you. I'm a little bit more tolerable when I have my guitar. I'm not gonna lie to you. I ain't gonna lie about that. I'm a lot more tolerable to be around when I have my the purple mistress of many beholden to one. Mm-hmm. My sweet. I was gonna say Jackson 5, but it's not. It's not a Jackson. I forgot what it is. It's called an EP. I forgot what it is. Cisa, what kind of guitar do I have? It's one of the best guitars in the world. That's what I heard.
Well, yeah, that came from Becky.
Yeah, shout out to Becky.
Sean.
She sent a random thing on the Middle America. She's like, "What did I tell you, Vin?" I'm like, "What are you talking about? What did you tell me?" He told me that Trump was going to beat Kamala. mean, I'm like, he never said that. And if you did, like, whoop-de-fucking do. Like,
What?
the sky is
Don't
blue.
say too much.
Grass is green. I mean, my God.
My God. My God.
Would you shut up?
Poindexter.
My God. Is this the one that he sent us?
I have the official. That's
No, but
his lyric video.
there was one that he sent us, right?
I
See what I'm
have
saying?
the one that he sent us is right here. I have the official music video, and then he sent us that also. Yeah.
Allahu Akbar.
I
That's
texted
the one I was
you.
talking
Okay,
about.
I misunderstood what you were saying.
Talking about.
I misunderstood what you were
All
saying.
right, talk to the people.
You're pointing at things, saying things.
Talk to the people.
I'm trying to get to the chat.
Talk to the people.
All right, you guys. If you have any questions, ask them now and ask them quickly, because Vinny's downloading that video. So
It's initializing, so the
if
download
you
is almost
ask
complete.
the question before he completes it, we'll answer it, even if it takes 10 hours. I noticed that. No, I'm not going to tell you guys that.
We've been around.
And everybody will start doing it.
We've been around for more than 10 hours, though. I've been around for more than 10
No,
hours.
I said it will be more, like 10 more hours, depending on what question they ask.
Okay.
That's why I said I'm not answering that one. Okay, you guys.
Is there another question that they had?
Well,
Maybe there's
no,
another
look,
question that
literally,
these people
remember
had.
how I said what Restream does, but you said it's a wonderful platform with no issues? I don't have any messages here because I had to refresh the page because this paused. So, it is what it is.
I don't understand why you're even using that. Why don't you use the other chat like you normally do?
Because nobody goes on Rumble and I get bored. Because nobody talks to me over there.
Yeah, but prior to Rumble, we still had ways of talking to people. Just go to YouTube and then go into the chat like you did before.
Oh, yeah, I know.
Did you forget about that?
Well,
or?
no, I'm not signed in over on that side because I've been using the Restream thing. Right now, I'm signed into mine.
Okay. All right.
Oops.
Whatever you say.
Switch account. And look, it's not even signed into any of them. Okay, see, that's exactly what I thought was going to happen. I'm not doing all of that. Okay, you guys, type 22 if you're cooking your own turkey.
What? I mean, what else do people do for Thanksgiving?
Are you cooking your own turkey? There's only one person in this whole household that's cooking their own turkey.
Oh, so you're asking if their wife is cooking the turkey?
No, I'm asking if if the turkey that you're going to consume today is the one you're cooking.
All right. Here we go. Periphery. What's the name of the song again? Wildfire. The lyrics are on the screen. Pay attention, dear listener. This is a gent band. The Gent. Let's do it.
Timestamp.
3:25. 3:30.
You ready
Now we're jazzy. Okay. Straight up jazz.
Yeah.
Shout out to Archero for making me a jazz fan. This is smooth, boy. Is that a sax? Oh, it's over with.
Wow.
Woo!
All right.
Heartbeat haunts me. That guy's clean vocals always stay in my head. I hate him for that. We actually did an interview with the leader of this band. You don't remember, but the guy's name is Misha.
Yeah, no, I do remember.
You said, is this the one we... That's not the one we lost, though. We didn't lose this one.
Right, but once you said it wasn't, then I remember doing the thumbnail. They have like a greenish logo that I put in the corner.
Yeah.
No, that I used when I did the overlay in the whole video.
That was
Periphery. That's when the editing was super real.
That's when they just like started, and like they were kind of like a buzzing band at the time, but they were not big yet. Yeah, we jumped right in there. All right, so that is Gent. Shout out to JB says, not feeling it over here. Gent is an acquired taste. That's what I'm telling Soraya. Yeah. Gent is an acquired taste. I knew what was coming, and so because of that,
you were prepared.
I was prepared. This guy does melody really well. I think it's called Lunar or Luna or something like that.
Okay.
That was the best melodic song from them I've ever heard. But they have weird, like, I play a Misha guitar in our first music video. Well, shit. You're probably going to shoot our first music video, so bring the Misha guitar. I'm like, ah, look at this, Periphery, huh? It's just a bunch of zeros and ones in my in my song. Just a bunch of zeros and ones. Okay. And until Cecil makes it sound good, she started crying when she heard your little souped up version of my thing there. She's like, oh my God, who is this? Who is this? Blah blah blah. I'm like, yeah, once again, I'm second rate. Shout out to Cecil.
Well, I mean, you're the one that's putting all this together, making this whole thing like. Aren't you? I mean,
wonderful. Isn't it great to have the consolation prize?
It's not the consolation prize.
Your girl likes somebody else's shit better than yours, and she says, "Well, you put it all together, baby." Okay. So, so sonically, I love that song. It's called Loon. This one, like, the melody was like, I was into it, then it changed too much. You know what I'm saying? Like, just ride that, baby. But other than that, like, this song was crazy. Shout out to Tommy M.
Yeah. There were parts of it that I, like, really liked, and then there was parts of it that I was like, I don't like this.
Where are the lyrics?
I didn't send it to you?
I don't know. Did you?
I don't know.
Yep, you didn't send them.
You take the long way?
You're not really a Christian, so, anyway. Just
or
send
you're
me
the devil and I'm not supposed to be talking.
Send me the information.
There you go.
I'm not here trying to save the devil.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, so it like kept changing. There'd be like parts of it that I was like, I do not like this, and then it would go back to like it was cool and kind of like drew you in sound.
Okay. Yes.
Yes.
What about the lyrics? Did you send me the lyrics yet?
Yeah. Unless I send them to somebody else.
No, you take the long way. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Perfect.
Oh yeah, I did have something when we get down to that part. Okay. You take the long way, wrong way to form me, and the time is now. I never would have thought that this is the new me. So many people, so many faces left to please around me. You're ready to play. I didn't see the lyrics at first. I was watching the music video.
I think this is dealing with the ramifications of being a successful man. Looks like to me. Read those first couple lines again.
You take the long way, wrong way to form me. And the time is now. I never would have thought this is the new me. So many people, so many faces left to please around me.
See what
that
I'm saying?
part, yeah.
I never would have thought this is the new me. Because when you're thinking about, oh man, if I was in a band and successful, I would be XYZ. Things would be different. And it's 100% different, but not different in the way that you imagine different. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then you're ready to play dead. I'm ready to face it. As I'm falling to pieces, the vultures are feasting.
We're breaching the precipice,
Well,
long
you know,
way
we've
down.
heard that, like, between the fans and the record label, like, everybody's trying to take from you.
Yeah, and it's funny because the fans want you to be exactly how you were when they discovered them, and there was like only 5 of them at the show, but they felt really righteous and really full of metaldom because they discovered your amazing, unique sounding band. But the record label wants millions of people to like your amazing band. They don't necessarily care about your art, but they do care about money.
Yep.
Right? And that's not a bad thing because a lot of these record labels have made these people filthy freaking rich. But you know, I think there's that constant story with our rock stars that there's a price that has to be paid. You took the long way, the wrong way to form me, and the time is now. So again, that looks like somebody on the outside is trying to dictate.
Yeah, influence. Yeah,
his
right.
formation,
Yeah,
right. And the time is now. I never would have thought this is a new me. So many people, so many faces left to please around me. And a lot of those faces are asking you for contradictory things. One group of faces telling you, sound exactly like you were when I found you. Another group is saying, yo, you just did X million on this thing. If you did more songs like this, you'd get more expansion and blah, blah, blah. Don't you want people to hear your music? Yada, 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 yada. And so, like, there's all this, and then you go on stage, and the fans are like, I think Aaron Lewis said it one time. He said, all these kids are looking out at me as if I have the answers. I don't have any answers. Like, I'm just singing about my pain and shit like that. But, like, you know, he meets them backstage. They say, I'm going through this, I'm going through that. And it's not that he didn't care. He did care. It was just, I'm not a licensed therapist. I'm struggling with alcohol. I'm trying to keep my relationship alive with these groupies. Like, there's a lot of shit going on for me, man. You know, and a lot of these people, like, they, you know, in the nu metal era, everybody was in their low 20s. Just because you don't have to be extremely proficient at guitar to be in the nu metal era, okay? So you had 18, 19-year-olds that went straight from school to the stage and not being able to operate, you know, like the way that they thought it was going to be. And they got eaten alive by record execs.
Yeah.
Misha is a lot, I don't want to say a lot smarter than other people, but I just think that the way that they formulated their band and the way that they handled themselves, I thought they handled themselves really well because it made you unbeholden to anybody. But at the same time, when you do sign with a record label or a major label or a label with any sort of influence, there's gonna be that influence to try to get you to compromise. You know?
He says, as I'm falling to pieces, the vultures are feasting. We've breached the precipice, long way down. Now I'll say this, I'm in hell, past the mark I've missed.
Which is really interesting because when you say, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it was like what you were, I was just taking that as what you were just saying. Like, they reached the top, like, but it's hell over there. It's not an easy place to be at the top over that. Because, like he said, now the higher you go, the farther it is to fall.
Yeah. Well, I had interpreted that theologically. Because he says, I'm in hell. And then it says, you know, he's kind of at this descent because he's talking about we breached a precipice and now he's falling on the long way down. Now I'll say this, I'm in hell, past the mark I've missed. What's the actual Greek definition for sin?
Miss the mark or something like
To
that.
miss the mark. Right? So sin to sin, biblically speaking, is to miss the mark. That there's a certain kind of righteousness that is within God's character, which we're supposed to reflect. So if I see a beautiful woman, I'm supposed to go, damn, God is amazing. I am not to take it to the next level, which is, that would be great to see her naked, blah, 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 unless the beautiful woman you're looking at is your wife. But we have this corrupting influence relative to beauty. Like, we can't just let the beauty be there and stay. We got to consume it. And that's kind of what's happening with his music, right? It's like all the record label can see is the consumptive act of all these people that are buying this band's music and the money that they're going to generate so that they can go and consume something or someone else or both. So it's a really vicious cycle when you start off with all these ideals and ideas of what you would be if and when you got your record label deal, all the rest of it. It's so hard, especially in this environment, to get signed, that dudes will do, and women will do, almost damn near anything now, because there's Spotify, there's so many things where people are getting their music out there and becoming very, very effective, sometimes on one song. There have been rappers that have gotten significant record deals on one song.
Yep.
It's insane.
Yep.
It's insane. So that's how I interpreted verse 1, was like,
Okay.
he's got this cognitive dissonance going on between being in the band, having the success, maybe even compromising with the record label in order to keep things going. It doesn't look like he's happy. He's saying he's in hell and he's descending down, even though as he's descending down spiritually, he's ascending career-wise.
Yes.
And so it's a very strange dichotomy when you're in a situation where you're like, yo, I'm supposed to be completely happy, and then there's still not that happiness.
Okay. Then he says, mistakes running through my brain. There's a lesson to be learned, and I'll heal again. Bloodstains cover all the walls. I'm the pessimist, patient doll. Now here I sit like a marionette, string on my limbs, rope on my neck. The hell below exists within my bed, counting every misstep till it's time to reset.
Right, so he's in his bed at night, thinking, rehashing everything, rehashing the mistakes that are running through his brain. There's a lesson learned, and I'll heal again. Bloodstains cover all the walls. I'm the pessimist, patient doll. There it is again. I'm the pessimist, patient doll. Strings on my limbs, rope on my neck. There's the marionette thing again.
Yeah.
You know, there are forces outside of his control that are I'm not going to say controlling his behavior, but are influencing his behavior in a way that he doesn't necessarily have the ability to overcome.
Then he says, it feels so low, the love I've known, floating on my own. Forward, back, it's all the same now. This is a one-way road. It feels so low, the love I've known, floating on my own. Slow or fast, it's all the same now. Somebody do it slowly. Kill me slowly.
The past is cutting through me and all the imperfections they sow. Heartbeat haunts me when the bad times stick, and I don't know what to do with them. I'm burning like wildfire. Take me fucking out of this hole. Heartbeat haunts me because all the bad times stayed, and now I don't know what I'm doing here. You're in a dangerous situation, man.
Yeah.
When you wake up and you're like, yo, why am I here? What am I doing? That's a bad place to be. You gotta start talking to people. This guy, I can imagine if our thesis is right about the record label stuff. And it's funny because every metalhead and every successful guitarist now, especially if you're a millennial or zillennial, you've called somebody a sellout. You've said a bunch of crazy shit. I remember when Slipknot first came out, Corey was like, we will never see $1 million because we will never sell out, blah, blah, blah. And I will say, to their credit, once Iowa came out, they owned the planet anyway, and they were going to see $1 million regardless, whether they sold out or not. But a lot of the really down-in-the-wool, hardcore Slipknot fans held them accountable to that. And they're like, we won't listen to your song again. And then they got mad at him because he looked marginally attractive, they said. They're like, oh, he was a poser, our hero's dead, all types of weirdo shit. Like, people don't love you in the music industry. They love the image of you in the music industry. But they don't actually love you. And I think I like I said, I don't think that's what's going on here. I think it's a record label, but it's just one of those things where it's like, my dream came true and I'm sitting on the bed all upset. Like, it's cutting through me, all the imperfections they show. Heartbeat haunts me when all the bad times stick, and I don't know what to do with them. It's burning while
When
like
he
fire.
said, you put the strings on my limbs, I put the rope on my neck, I actually thought that was pretty good, because he didn't put all the blame on the other one. He said, you put the strings on my limbs, but I'm the one that put the rope on my neck. Like, is that his response to the limbs being
I think the rope
guided by them?
I think the rope on the neck thing is like, I'd rather die than be your puppet, is the idea. Is what it looks like to me.
Yeah.
Is that, you took that from that?
Well, when I actually first heard it in the song, I thought of, like, I didn't have the record label in my head. I just had anything and everything that makes us a slave of it. You know what I mean? But then it's like, well, no, nothing makes you a slave of it. It's that we make decisions. So how you get through your day, or how you survive whatever hardships and whatnot, like, you're gonna reach for something. So, like, you put the strings on my limbs, but I put the rope on my neck. It was more like, you know, for freedom Christ has set you free is what I was actually thinking of. So, yeah, that's...
So I can't speak for what exactly the song is about, but I will say they've always owned their masters while on Sumerian Records. However, they started their own label called 3 Dot Recordings. I think owning your masters is part of it, but I also think the record label dictating what kind of music you play transcends the masters. Like, I think, you know, Michael Jackson owned all his masters and things like that. But he was still pressured to make a certain kind of music by the label, because remember, the label has to promote you. They've got they're the ones that are distributors. They're the ones that will work with the A&R team and get you on radio stations or etc. Which I don't know. It's a little bit different now. So I don't know. You know, maybe you could ask them, since you're cool with this, one of the most giant bands of all time.
Let us know.
They're literally like the band in the genre. Like, it's them and
Isn't this like the second time Cecil's been close to one of these bands?
I think it's been the same band.
Oh, it's the same
I'm
band.
not sure.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I would have Cecil in the band. I mean, I've heard him play. My God.
My God.
My God.
All right, so what do you give the song? See, it has that gent sound to it, but like it's always both to me. Like, sometimes the way that you talk about progressive, like, to me this style kind of like does that. I'm like, yeah, no.
What did you think about the jazz interlude?
Oh, I loved that.
I did too. That was so brilliant.
I loved that.
That was so brilliant.
That was unexpected. I actually that wasn't getting factored into my score. Yeah, that I really liked that.
Yeah, it came out of nowhere, and then on top of that, there was also the sax.
Yeah.
They broke out the
guess.
saxophone. I
I
forgot
guess it
what
was
band it was. There was a band that Archero really introduced us to, and like they have a permanent saxophonist on the. And man, it was such a good song. I think we gave it like a 10.5 or something like that. I think. I'm not sure. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure it was. All right, this song is getting a 9.2 for me.
This is an 8.9 for me.
All right, dear listener, we've got one more
There's
song.
more. It's
Unfortunately,
not done.
Unfortunately, we only have one more song, so I am going to load that song up, and then Soraya is going to talk to you beautiful people about some sort of ask me anything type of situation.
I will say it, and nobody will ask.
What's that last song? Is Middle Earth still here? I doubt it very highly.
It's Torso.
Torso is the name of the band. Oh my God, what a terrible name.
A Crash Course in Terror is the name of the song.
My God.
Oh, what a lovely Thanksgiving
Crash
song.
Course in Terror. That's right, it is. It's a full album. Here we go.
Let's
More
see.
official videos. This one is
He didn't.
666 Mr. Doom with 281,000 subscribers. You know what? This is the final song of the night, so if it gets blocked, it gets blocked, you know.
Hold on, let me look at this to see where's the.
What's the song though? What's the name of the song?
2116 to end. Yeah, go to 2116. And it's
So
gonna be.
is it Circuit Breaker? Is that what it is right there?
It's. A Crash Course in Terror. Oh, that's the album. The song is Circuit Breaker. Yeah,
Okay.
Breaker.
Circuit
Yeah.
Breaker. Okay,
Yeah,
excellent.
here you go. I'm sending you the lyrics, and I am going to read his comments. Is it? Yeah.
Who is
okay.
his?
Middle Earth.
Is he still here?
I don't know.
Middle! Are you still here, brother? Brother Minister? Hear me!
Yeah.
Hear me, Middle! Yes, he's still here. Excelente.
You made it.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man, but we finally got to y'all song.
Yeah. You've been so patient.
Shout out to Middle coming through
All
the
right.
clutch. You know what you did, baby. Thank you very much, Middle. You're a good man. You're
Yes,
a good
thank
man.
you very much.
You're a good man, Charlie Brown. Yep, we know it's a good link if Middle sent it. All right, guys, here we go.
Okay, so Middle Earth says, I don't watch horror movies, but I do like horror metal. This is from the Torso album, A Crash Course in Terror. The song is Circuit Breaker Breaker.
Oh,
I don't
shit,
know if
it's
that was a
Circuit
double
Breaker
print.
Breaker.
I think so. That's what it looked like. All right, so Torso.
Circuit Breaker Breaker, right? Mm-hmm. All right, hold on. Did he tell you the timestamp when that would be?
21
to the end. Okay.
21:16 to the end, I think.
Excelente. Excelente. Just give me a second.
21:16, yes. Time. 3.
All right, guys, here we go. Torso. What's the name of this band? What's the name of the song? Circuit Breaker Breaker. Torso. Circuit Breaker Breaker. 358. Got it?
A picture you won't ever forget, because it touches the full spectrum of the bizarre, the forbidden, the twilight areas of a life destined to be spent in shadow and agony. Screen may never again relate to this subject matter. It will certainly never again approach the street.
It's not a constant.
guitar work on here is crazy. I love that at the end! Woo! Yes, what a way to end the freaking night! Let's go! Going out, baby. That drummer, give the drummer some credit, damn it. Give the drummer some credit. I want to see that live.
Yeah.
I want to see that. I want to see that drummer do that shit live.
Prove it. Prove it.
That's one of those songs you have to do like at the last song, or you got to do it at the, before the encore. You know, where you take a break and then come back out for the last two songs.
Sounded like a tape. Did it sound like the tape when you take it out?
Yeah. Do me a favor, go back and read the intro again, because he says something about like horror or something like that. Was that horror metal?
Yeah. No, he said.
I don't like horror music, but
he doesn't watch horror movies, but he likes horror. Right here.
Yeah. What was the full comment though?
Oh, hold on. Actually, I got to go back here.
Yeah, because it was on that one.
Yep. Right here. Right there.
All right. So
I don't watch horror movies, but I do like horror metal. This is from the Torso album, A Crash Course in Terror. The song is called Circuit Breaker Breaker. So, was this... It kind of sounded like that... I don't know, like there were mutated bodies in the ground, and that when the circuit breaker went off, they came out of the ground. Like, it kind of sounded like a zombie situation.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was like the explanation for how those things got resurrected or whatever.
But this I didn't. As night comes down, in the name of insanity, some sin will last. What does that mean?
I don't know. Maybe it's a mad scientist. You see what I'm saying? Like a
Yeah, I kept
Frankenstein
thinking of
type
Frankenstein too.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like it's like it's that whole thing with Jurassic Park where it's like we were so caught up in being able to do the thing, we never thought about whether or not we should have done the thing.
Yeah. Which at the end he says break the circuit. So it's sort of like that
Circuit
moment
breaker,
where it's
breaker.
like, okay, the
Right?
circuit breaker, the person that breaks the circuit breaker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, Kai still had song 9. It's in there. Have we already done it already? Can you tell me the name of song 9? Pretty sure we did it right before, right? Wait, was that the Periphery song?
Well,
Just Middle, tell me the title of song 9. I just want to make sure that everybody's covered.
because these are the...
But yeah, Kai Middle's got it. He's just gonna tell us the title. We'll be in good shape. We're in good shape. So mutated and hidden in the hills of the heart of stone, the lucky ones died first. Mutated, the rise from their graves as the circuits below. They pounce like wolves and bite. Yeah, so that's the bite, the zombie thing. Agree. As night come down in the name of insanity, some sin will last. That tracks. That makes sense. Some mad scientists put them in this situation, and now you're in this horrible hellscape because, this guy, a circuit breaker turns to dust, will choke the soul. They know the hills have eyes. The hills have eyes, I'm pretty sure, is a video game. Like, there's a video game, I'm pretty sure, called The Hills Have Eyes.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this song was based on...
There's a film, too.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's a horror movie.
That's probably it. Read the Wikipedia thing about The Hills Have Eyes.
1977 film. It's a horror film directed
by Wes Craven.
The film follows a suburban family targeted by a family of cannibal savages after becoming stranded in the Nevada desert.
Yeah, scroll down where it says the plot.
Yep.
The Carter family is traveling on vacation, towing a trailer to San Diego. Parents, yada yada. They stop at the Fred's Oasis. The Carters decide to take a scenic route due to the spikes in the road. Is this any way or shape or form related to...
It doesn't look like there's anything about circuit breakers.
Yeah, well, just Command F it, see if there's anything about circuit breakers. You know what I'm saying? It might have been that. You know what I'm saying?
Am I spelling it right?
CIR.
Yeah.
C.
Yeah.
That's it. So there's nothing about circuit breakers. Try breaker. Just try breaker in there. No. So he's just saying that hills have eyes, just to an allusion to the horror genre. A circuit breaker turns to dust, will choke the soul. They know the hills have eyes. One down and many more to go as they guide home by pistol, dagger, and by fire. Isn't that a vampire?
No, the vampire... Well, the vampire is...
The vampire is the silver bullet.
The garlic. Who's the garlic? That's a vampire, isn't it? Garlic?
It's the garlic and the crucifix. Right? The vampires,
yeah,
they don't like the crucifix?
I thought it was the iron on the...
Oh,
Iron metal.
There is another song, Amorphous Daughter of Hate. We haven't done that yet. I didn't see that in the count. Where is that?
No. I didn't get any links for that or anything. I think... Right, yeah, because here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then Middle sent the last one being 8. So we didn't get the link for any of that. But I think... read that. So yeah, it did kind of seem like a sort of zombie situation in a sense. When he said that it turns to dust... Whoops, let me just go back to that because I want to get that count. Right here. Didn't it say the breaker? Yeah, a circuit breaker turns to dust.
Circuit breaker turns to dust, will choke the soul. They know the hills have eyes. One down, many more to go as they guide home by pistol, dagger, and by fire.
So everybody's trying to get back home, but they have to get past the hills where those things are?
Yeah, it looks like it. And you've got a pistol, a dagger.
But if you break it's going to choke the soul out of them if the circuit breaker turns to dust. So is that why there's a circuit breaker?
Yeah, I think so. Scavenging the sky, dwelling on what's right. There will be a time. So it just looks like I don't know, it seems kind of inevitable that these people are going to lose. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like, there will be a time.
The hills have eyes.
Yeah. But, like, I always, anytime I see things like that, I get it that it's in the horror genre. But to me, it's more like survival, which isn't necessarily horror, which is one of the reasons I love playing Fortnite, like, 1 against 4. Uh-huh. Like, I love that, like, anxiety of, like, all these things going around and, like, all the numbers are against you. How are you going to overcome it? I love it. You know, because I'm so bored most of the time with stuff. Because there's nothing really at stake with anything anymore. You see what I'm saying? So, you know, you got to create those kinds of situations. You know what I mean? But, yeah, it's... So, anytime I saw, like, a zombie movie or anything like that, to me it was just like, okay, this is just pure, raw survival. Mm-hmm. I didn't really look at it as horror thing. Like, whereas, like, Freddy or something like that, or Michael Myers, or you know, that kind of horror, it's kind of like, okay, like, nobody's really fighting back against this guy. Everybody's just running away. Mm-hmm. That's why I love, you know, the zombie stuff, because people, they always fight. You know, a guy like
that
Jason,
makes sense,
guy like Jason or whatever, they just run. I'm like, what are you guys doing? Like, fight him. Mm-hmm. What are you doing? So, yeah, that was my thing. I just sent the email for number 9. It was there on my end. Okay, no worries, Middle, no worries. Okay, so yeah, so that's we got it, Kai. No sweat. I mean, Middle, no sweat.
All right,
but like. That's why I like that. That's why I'll watch. You know, I'm not even going to mention the show, but I will watch a zombie show for like 6 or 7 seasons, even though really any show after season 4, what are we really doing here? Other than Breaking Bad, where it's just straight up the exact same thing over and over and over and over and over and over and over again all the time. I love those kinds of situations, even though they're like super repetitive and I know what they are. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I love that shit. But like, you know, like I said, the other stuff I'm not really a fan of because nobody's fighting, and they don't even explain to you why nobody fights this guy back. They don't explain to you why they don't fight Michael Myers back. They don't explain to you why they don't fight Jason back. Like, give me an explanation for why these people are so jacked up.
Yeah.
And why they won't fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there was like a movie that I watched. My parents were really strict on movies, you guys know that, but I hit a certain age where we would like sort of like watch stuff on the side. Because my mother wasn't as strict, like she would kind of let stuff slide. So I remember there was a movie about like these teenagers, they were on this island all together, but it was tropical. I can't remember what. I just remember, like, yeah, it turns out there was somebody was there trying to murder everybody. And, like, I remember feeling frustrated with the storyline because you're, like, nobody was doing what I felt you should do if you were actually in the situation. So I understand what you're saying, being like, fight! I don't think I would enjoy those films either, where it's just one bad person chasing the other people and nobody's fighting
and like,
back.
I don't have a problem, like, if people fight back and they lose to Jason, it is what it is, you know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you know, chalk it up to the bad guy. But, you know, it looks like the people fought valiantly in this one, but they didn't make it home. That's okay. Rest in peace to the homies. What do you give this one? You know what? I was a little bit, I don't want to say disappointed that this was a like horror song because the musicianship was so good. It was really, really good musicianship. It's like it kind of had the lead parts, like the Iron Maiden type leadish parts that I love so much. And so it's like, damn, like I wish I could listen to this song and like rock and think about like existential issues, but now I'm just like thinking about zombies and shit. I'm like, damn it! This is like, I love the music. Like, honestly, this is like one of the highest like enjoyment of musicians, especially at the end. Let's the little blast beat at the end. Like, I love that. That's the kind of metal I was born and raised in.
It's funny because when it first started, it kind of reminded me of like a Type O type of vocal style, but then it seemed like it changed or something.
Agree.
But yeah, so I would give this one 8.5.
I'm gonna give this one a solid 9.5. 6.
Ooh, that was a high one for you.
Yeah, like I said, I love the musicianship. I would have probably got a 9.9 if it wasn't a horror. If it was like a political thing or some emotional thing, like that would be in my track. Now I got it as a horror thing. I'm like,
That's so funny. Well, okay, there you have it.
It be what it be. You know, you guys know how like the band will be like, thank you guys very much, we appreciate it, yeah, and then they leave. And everybody's like, oh!
We returned!
And then they returned. The first corn show I went to, the first corn show I went to was the first show I ever went to. And they who is this guy? Killer Murado 177. What is this one? Killer with Butterfly Wings is a banger. Is it from the same band? Anyway, I didn't know about the whole encore thing, so Korn, you know, they were done, and I'm like, they didn't play Blind. I was so confused. I'm like, what happened? Oh no, what's occurring?
'Cause you didn't know they were.
I had no idea.
They were on their way
Then they
back.
came out and did Falling Away From Me, and then they did Blind. Are you kidding me? I was like, ba 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 ba. I was going crazy. If you guys would have seen me, you guys would have been like, yo, who is this kid, bro?
How cute.
How cute. And then now we're, that's insane. Friends of the band. It's ridiculous. All right, guys, the reason I brought up the encore thing is because you thought we were done. You thought that the marathon was over. We did 9 hours on the Middle America page, and we're up to hour 4 on, well, no, it's not hour 4 because we had to restart. Remember that one?
No, yeah.
Yeah, so we're probably up to hour 6. I did a 15-hour day today, bitches. We got one more, guys. One more. I haven't been to sleep in 24 hours as well. This is when you get the what do you call it? The second wind, they call it.
Yeah.
The second wind. All right, guys. I'll be back. Commercial break. We shall return. I'm Ben.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. A child shall lead them.
So buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. We have come to the final song of the night.
We have come to the end.
We have come to the end, my friends. This is a band.
Amorphous. Oh.
No, go ahead.
The name of the band is Amorphous. The name of this song is called Daughter of Hate. This is for the big homie Kai. He says, this song's inspiration is a fun song. Pekka, I never read these names properly, even when I read the book.
I can't help you
with
Can't help you with
poems of Finnish mythology and Kaleva, I don't know. Amorphous turns into a great metal music. His old mother had a dream about Daughter of Hate and asked him, maybe this could be a good Amorphous song. So he wrote lyrics about her dream. Okay, let's check it out.
All right, here we go. This is Amorphous
Daughter of
Oh my
Hate.
God. We got the lyrics anywhere? You send me the lyrics in the thing?
I will. Let me get that timestamp.
Timestamp is 421. Just do 422 because it's 421:57.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Amorphous Daughter of Hate. The lyrics are in the video itself. Let's go!
Approaching me on a road so dark and dreary. Her black halo worn by me, disappearing so far behind. She traveled not alone, and all I followed on her side as snakes crawled behind her steps and crows circled overhead. Time and again they come to me in the darkness of the night, and the raven-haired girl whispers her listless words. Do not look at me, I am the daughter of hate. You must not see me, never touch my heart, never.
What instrument is that? Violin? Gotta be a violin.
It's more, I swear, each day I blush. Should we admit on the road or dream that we would look each other in the eye? Time and again they come to me in the darkness of the night, and the raven-haired girl whispers her listless words. I am the daughter of hate. You must not
on pimeä ja tuuli tuo askelten äänet. Odotan puun alla, vaanin varjojen välissä. Ensin tulevat korpit, kieppuvat kulkuen yllä. Vanha vaimo on sanaton, sinun sanasi, käärmeen kuiskaus on.
Daughter of Hate. Give me some of the background as to this is in Kavalah somewhere.
Yeah, but I don't have a lot of the background because it's been a while since I read the story. But it sounded like so really it's almost like reading it new because it was a bunch of stories that I read with the kids and I only read it through once. But I enjoyed the kids enjoyed it too. We all enjoyed it together. So I don't remember that story, but like obviously there's a daughter of hate that they're talking about here. I thought that the way that they did it vocally, apparently this is just one person, but like vocally he like brought you through these different feelings with his voice.
The vocals were done by one person?
I thought that's what Kai said. It's so amazing that those sounds come from the same person. Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
When he like would do her voice, like that she was the daughter of hate, that was just crazy. And then I loved the sound of the instruments, like
that was a saxophone, not a violin.
Yeah, no, it seemed like something. I was like, it's something you should blow. No, I didn't mean that. Like this, something you'd blow in. I thought, but I didn't know which instrument it would be. So yeah, I'm unfamiliar with what the story is, but. Daughter of hate, she spoke to me, approaching me on a roadside so dark and dreary. Her black halo walked by me, disappearing so far behind. She traveled not alone. An old wife followed on her side, and snakes crawled behind her steps. Crows circled overhead. Time and again they come to me in the darkness of the night, and the raven-haired girl whispers her listless words. Do not look at me. I am the daughter of hate. You must not see me. Never touch my heart. Never. The words of raven-haired girl, do not look at me, because I am the daughter of hate. Each morn I swear, each day I pledge. Shall we yet meet on the road of dream? That we would look at each other in the eye. Time and again they come to me in the darkness of the night. So I don't know who is she, and like, does he wants to meet her on this road? And look her in the eye, and if he looks her in the eye, what will that do? Because she's the daughter of hate.
Well, she's obviously a damaged person, and she doesn't say, like, she says, don't touch my heart.
Yeah.
So that means that she's got some sort of emotional barrier for whatever reason. And I had this conversation with somebody yesterday. We were going back and forth. And we're talking about slavery or something like that. And the guy said, oh, Finn, you're a hypocrite because you want to force women to be pregnant. Because we don't believe in killing children in abortion. And they're like, and you believe in making a woman carry a rapist's baby. I said, well, I believe that we shouldn't punish children for the crimes of their parents. And this woman jumps in and says, this is disgusting. These are demon seeds, and you're talking about we should, these poor girls, you're forcing these girls to carry these demon seeds. And I said, I hope that there are no products of sexual assault in our community. Because all you people for years and years, you guys know that it's less than 1% of the abortions, but we're going to put that to the forefront. We're going to put that to the forefront, and we're going to have no consideration for the fact that there are literally millions of people on the planet right now that are here because of that. You weirdos. And so, if you girl, I don't know what's going on with this girl in particular. The lyrics are about it's just a dream, so it's not part of a giant story. But like, I just said, like, I hope to God that there are not any products of sexual assault. They have no control over how they were conceived. But the constant drumbeat from all these people, including supposed pro-life people, is that they should have been killed, and that it's a tragedy that there were laws in place that protected them from being murdered because their father was evil.
It's crazy.
And so when you talk about, like, daughter of hate or whatever, it's a very interesting dichotomy, because there is a degree of hatred and disdain for these children that is palpable. They hate these kids. And I cannot imagine, like, understanding what happened, where's dad, blah, 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 and your mom finally tells you, and then you turn on TV and there's a Planned Parenthood operative talking about how you should have been murdered in the womb. And I'm like, whoa, can we stop here and think through what we're saying? So yeah, man, like, we're never afraid to deal with the tough topics, but, I've grown up in mental health milieu my entire life because my mother had bipolar disorder, among other things. And I've never seen killing as a therapeutic for anything. I've never seen a medical journal that says the proper therapeutic for sexual assault is a killing. And so the other side of that is...
Well, biblically, in the Old Testament, if you sexually assaulted a woman, you died.
Yeah, but that wasn't a therapeutic. That wasn't, we're going to kill this guy and now the girl's going to be okay. It was, we're going to kill this guy so that this doesn't spread across the community. But there's no discussion that killing the guy is going to heal the woman emotionally.
But okay, maybe I think that seeing Joe Schmo walk around town after he sexually assaulted a woman and doesn't really have any repercussions is absolutely detrimental to a woman's mental health.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the killing of that person is not a therapeutic. It doesn't say, and now the girl will be okay because this guy's not walking around anymore.
Right,
because if it was just that, you could banish him to another town, whatever. You give that person the death penalty because, as the scripture says, this is like when a man catches another man in the field and he cried out, but there was no one to rescue him. So it equates murder with sexual assault. They equated sexual assault with murder, and rightly so. But that's not given as a therapeutic. The Holy Spirit is given as a therapeutic. God is given as a therapeutic. The community coming around you is given as a therapeutic. As a matter of fact, when Jacob's sons kill all those people for sexually assaulting their sister, the final word on them is that they went too far, actually. And there's never a time, it's the same thing that happened with Absalom. Absalom's sister got raped by this dude, and Absalom said, for real, this is what we're doing? You're gonna rape my sister? So then he goes and kills the guy, but it says that she remained destitute for the rest of her life. It doesn't say, well, Absalom killed her, and now she's great. Nope, she was screwed for the rest of her life. Why? Because her brother was a murderer, and her father didn't pay any attention to what happened to her, and there was nobody there to help and support her. So in all those instances, killing happened as a result of the assault, but it did not heal the woman.
Yeah.
And so, like, these people are being sold a bill of goods like, oh, if you kill this kid, it'll be a therapeutic, and it's not. And I know that because I've actually been in the ground with these people. You've had the conversations too. Killing an innocent person for the crimes of a guilty person is not the way. And so when I heard the term child of hate and don't touch my heart and all the rest of it, I'm like, damn, imagine how psychologically fucked up you would be if all you heard all your life was you should have been killed, you should have been killed, and
come on.
Hell, I would even go as far, because I actually saw this myself. I was in a homeless shelter. We were in a women's abuse shelter with my mom. And we had a next door neighbor. And the next door neighbor was always horrible to one of her kids over the other ones. And we could never figure it out. And it was so obvious. And she was just horrible to the firstborn, and she treated the secondborn like a prince. And they were both boys, so couldn't figure that out. And then finally, her and my mom had a heart-to-heart. The first child she had was a product of an assault. And the kid came out and looked just very closely like the person who assaulted. So that kid was a child of hate. Because she had never dealt with the assault. Because a lot of women get assaulted and they never get to deal with it, ever. They carry it, whatever their ridiculous. We just talked about this with Anna Kasparian, where she was sexually assaulted, but because of a certain movement she was a part of, she was encouraged to shut the fuck up about it. And then when people talk about what happened to her, they trivialize what happened to her. These are dudes on the left who are supposedly pro-woman type of people. And yet, when one of their own got assaulted, they told her to be quiet. So, and obviously, she had to carry that and deal with that. And so, being a person that has interfaced with too many girls who were sexually assaulted, I know that the road to healing is a very long and arduous one. And when you have a society that says because really assault is really ultimately about power. And so this power was taken from you, and now you get to exercise power over this thing because it's connected to this thing, because it's connected to this guy, and you hate this guy, and you've got all this unresolved anger, so you can kill this child and regain your autonomy and your power. And that is a fucking lie. They don't gain their authority. They don't gain their power. And I've talked to women who've done both, kept the baby and aborted the child. And it's not an easy road for either one of them.
Yeah, I bet.
It's not an easy road for either one of them. There are girls that say, yeah, I killed that baby. I'm like, blah, 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 blah. But they're still miserable, self-harming, all types of shit, because sexual assault is a form of murder. And you cannot heal a murder by another murder. So I do not think that the death penalty was there so that the woman could say, aha, you're dead, because that doesn't heal anybody. What it does do is it communicates to the rest of society, you better not do this. Because if you do this to somebody and we prove that you did that to somebody, we will throw fucking rocks at your head until you die. The person who did the act should be the person of hate, not the product of it. That's what I'm saying. And so it's the same thing with incest. Oh, rape or incest. Wait a second, man. We got millions of people on the planet walking around that are products of incest. What are we telling these people? Think! Think! Okay? Like, I get it. Trust me, I get it. I don't get it because I'm a man, and I truly believe that. But when you talk about child of hate or daughter of hate or whatever the song is, it immediately sent me to that, man, because it was like, damn. Like, you've got kids that have this marker on their foreheads before they even did anything in the world, man. Yeah. And it's brutal. It's brutal. And what I'm saying is, God bless that woman who kept that child and roughed it out. But she was in an abused women's shelter. Like, she had a hard life, man. And so I've seen, the entire gamut. I've also seen women say, this baby saved my life. I had no reason to live other than this baby. You know what I'm saying?
That's the ones I've seen.
So when we have that conversation...
And I had another one that said, if you guys would have been outside of Planned Parenthood when I went, I would have stopped.
Yeah. So it's a brutal thing, man, and it's tough. I can't stand when kids bear the brunt of the actions of their parents and society. I don't, even though I said what I said, I do not blame any woman who goes into a clinic and does that, because your entire society told you that's almost what you have to do. It's not even like it's a choice almost. It's not, it's just, well, you were assaulted, just go kill the kid. What are you doing? And so it's just a really fucked up situation. So it's like, when she said, "Don't touch my heart," like, that's a killer, man, because it's like, I definitely, and how do you get therapy for that? Like, how many therapy commercials do you have? Hey, are you a product of rape? Your mom didn't have an abortion, but she had a secret resentment for you and treated you different from the rest of the kids? Now, let me help you out with that.
Yeah.
Like, there's nobody having those conversations.
Yeah.
Why?
Wow.
Because the only therapeutic that our country is talking about in that context is killing a child. And we don't give a fuck about what the message is to the child or the mother. Because I can tell you, I've seen women on the other side, it didn't help them. Mm-hmm. Now they got a body on their account on top of all that shit. And so I've got this woman who's walking dead and suffering for internally every day, pain behind every smile, and I've got a dead kid, and then I've got a bastard who shouldn't be walking the earth anymore, and he's walking around fine.
Yep.
And this woman is out here holding the bag for all this bullshit. And then you got a society that says, "That's right, Clean, you slay." Literally, you slay.
Jeez.
And then she's supposed to walk around with her pumps, walking around all confident and shit in her womanly glory. And that is not how it works. Mm-hmm. And you got to think to yourself, like, the girl said, "Don't touch my heart." Can you imagine if you hear from a society that your own mother should kill you? If your own mother should have killed you, how can you accept love from anybody else? Mm-hmm. How could you not consider yourself to be a cursed thing or a child of hate? Mm. I'm sitting there and, like, I almost, we have a pretty free speech environment in that environment, and I almost deleted the comment because I'm like, yo, we don't know who's in the community, and I just let it go. Because I'm trying to commit to free speech, man. But I blasted Shorty. I'm like, listen, you don't know who the fuck we're talking to. This is the internet. And the person who brought that up to me was my formerly atheist friend, Albany Rose. We did a little QA on Middle America, man. And she killed it. She's, and she brought it up like, somebody asked that question and she goes, "Man, I hope nobody in this community is seeing this right now because you," and she just went off on dude. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, I didn't even think about that. Holy shit.
Thought of it
was
before
beautiful.
That either.
Adoption could make sense. I've seen that work. And look, God gave the death penalty for rape. Okay? So that tells me that that's a lifelong burden that woman's going to have to carry.
Yeah. And
I agree with Middle. Adoption could work, but to me, the abortion instinct is a means of trying to regain power that was taken from you from that act. And it is important that women regain power. But that is not the way to regain power. I don't care what anybody says.
And that's not the way to forget it either.
You're a human being, and you participated in the death of another human being, and I don't care what the fuck society says. I'm going to believe my Bible that our conscience constantly accuses and excuses us. So I don't care what anybody says. Now, I can tell you anecdotally all the women who've told me they feel guilty for their past abortions and how to walk them through that with the gospel. But I don't even need that anecdotal evidence. The scripture says that when we commit sin, that our conscience is constantly accusing and excusing us. I know people who have killed people in, quote, self-defense, who are tormented to this moment. I know people who've killed people to protect their friends, who are tormented to this moment. I know people who've killed people to protect their children, who are tormented to this moment. So if you think you could just go around and kill that child and you're going to go on and slay in your feminine power, they're lying to you. Mm-hmm. You say, well, I don't see any women complaining about it. How many women do you hear explicitly talking about how they regret their abortion? Have you seen the comment sections when a woman says that? What happens to her? We're being deceived, y'all. This song was crazy to me because it was just a dream and there were snakes and all that. But that line, like, "Don't touch my heart," is crazy to me because there's just a lot of pain in the world, man. There's a lot of pain in the world. And I appreciate the This is crazy because it was kind of like a random song because his mother had a dream about this. I'm sure she didn't think it was going to be one of these discussions. What'd you think of the song?
Well, because I liked it. I loved what it sounded like too. But
You're a big Amorphous fan.
I also like dreams. So the idea that it was a dream of hers,
Of the mom.
yeah. So I've been I love like Carl Jung stuff, and I also like Thomas More stuff. Especially like their discussions and the way that they think about dreams.
You say Thomas More?
Yeah.
That was Thomas More Law Center that was representing us. Go ahead.
That's the same one?
It's the same one, yeah.
Are you serious?
Real talk.
That's so exciting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he's a Catholic. Go ahead.
He's a Catholic?
100%. I mean, he's DD now. The old fool.
Yeah.
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 All right, continue,
Okay. Interesting.
Continue.
So yeah, anyway, so basically, because I always have like these pretty extensive and deep and crazy dreams, and so
She does.
I don't want to bore everybody around me with them, so I type them out and then I put them in AI and I say, what is the interpretation from a Jungian and Thomas More perspective of this dream?
That's crazy.
And it's always,
You're killing shit with this chat GBT.
I use it completely different than everybody else, but anyway, I didn't read what I put it in there to see like what they would say over hers, because this is what I do. So I wanted to bring this to this review.
Send it to me a text. I'll put it on there. People can see it while you're reading.
Okay. Yep.
That's really smart. So we're gonna look at this dream from a Jungian and a Thomas Moreian perspective. That should be very, very interesting.
I'm just gonna do the summary because I don't know if it would just drag it out. So.
No, yeah, just do the summary.
Okay, so the summary is... You want me to start? Or?
Yeah, start.
Okay.
You're good.
From a Jungian perspective, this dream highlights a confrontation with the shadow, the dark, repressed emotions such as hate, that must be integrated into the conscious self. The raven-haired girl represents these denied parts of the self, and the dream urges the dreamer to engage with the aspects of themselves that are uncomfortable but essential for growth. The ravens, snakes, and the old wife are all symbols of transformation, hidden wisdom, and the journey of the unconscious, suggesting that the dreamer needs to address these darker aspects of their psyche for wholesome.
For wholeness.
Wholeness, yeah. I was like, why did they say wholesome?
Okay, so that's Carl Jung's perspective on how
like a
you would
shortened
interpret that
version.
dream.
I always read the whole thing when I'm really doing it. But from Thomas More's perspective, the dream speaks to the soul's need for healing and integration. The daughter of hate is a soul wound that must be embraced rather than rejected. The ravens, snakes, and dark road represent the unconscious messages of the soul, urging the dreamer to engage with the hidden parts of the self and transform these difficult emotions into something healing. More would encourage the dreamer to take the journey of soul care, where acknowledging and working through the emotional pain is part of the process of soul wholeness.
I like Jung's thing better than Thomas More's thing.
Well, they usually work really well together because, like, Jung is a little bit more, like, pointed, but Thomas More comes from it's more of like a laid back perspective, like where you're watching the things happen in front of you and you are the mind that interprets and understands what they're seeing. So you don't like it. I think that it's like, it's just a different perspective, a different way of looking at things. I like them both working together usually when I do it, because for instance, Jung tells her, look, you need to engage with those uncomfortable things that's going to help you grow. But Thomas More says, urges you to engage with the hidden parts of the soul and transform. So he's not saying just like change from it. He's saying engage it and then change from that engagement. Which if you read the book, it makes a lot more sense. But anyway.
What book? Which one?
Care of the Soul by Thomas More.
Oh, you're currently reading that?
I did the whole thing already. Aren't you proud?
Good. I could see the...
I never finish. I never finish stuff, so...
I could see the results already.
Why are you saying it like that? Are you being serious or are you being facetious? Are you being facetious? I see. It actually has helped me a lot, but... Who can know the hidden work of the soul?
What do you give the song?
I am giving this song a 9.8. I really liked it.
5.2 for me.
Whoa, really? 5.2.
The musical background was a little generic.
Oh, I liked it.
Okay, what was the beat like?
I mean, it's I couldn't do that on hardly any songs.
What's the blind beat like?
It's just more like just the way the vibe of it. Like you could you were on the music.
What's the blind beat like?
I couldn't do that for you either. Wait, is it the Are You Ready?
Yeah.
Well, honey, that's not fair. That's been played a million times on our channel.
Master Puppets?
I don't know.
Master Puppets pulling strings?
No. I can do Raining Blood.
You Raining Blood? Yeah, I don't know. I thought this was a little bit. Generic. Can you listen to "Sober" by Tool? Killer Marauder, we have. I'm gonna put that link in the description as a final gift to you, my brother. Thank you for coming through. We have done "Sober" by Tool. Let me pull that up for you. And we did that in year one. I think "Sober" by Tool was like our. I know it was our first Tool song. And Soraya became a giant, what do you call that, wrench head after that? Is that what they call you?
I don't know.
Wrench head?
Is that what they say, wrench head?
Yeah. Tool Prison Sex, Tool the Patient.
Gosh, I forgot.
You remember all these?
No, I was looking at this. The set that we did and like...
Oh yeah, man. That was crazy. We did the entire Lateralis album. We did a straight listen through and then we did a song by song breakdown, dude. So... if you are a Tool guy, then definitely, bro, you're gonna go down the rabbit hole of Vin and Story for sure. Tool, The Patient, Anima, 46 and 2, Eulogy. Man, where's the rest of it?
Yeah, it's funny. I don't see. I thought we did that one.
Can't find Sober. We did Sober. It must have got
blocked or something?
Or taken down. Man, the Lateralis thing was so good, man. That was so fun.
Yeah, you really liked that one.
We did such a good job on that, all of us.
It was fun, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know where the Sober reaction went, buddy. I will look for it soon, because that was literally the first Tool song that we did. It might have got jumped. I can't find it. The Grudge. You know what? There's Wings from a Reap. How in the world?
I'm looking too, because I'm like, wait, I gotta sign in over here. Oh my gosh, stop doing this to me.
Yeah, I can't find it. We will have to look around. That we're probably gonna have to go into the regular thing and download it. All right. I will make it my life's mission to find that for you, buddy. As to the rest of you, have a wonderful day. Salam alaikum, rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving. Thank the Lord Jesus for everything He's given you. Even if you don't believe in Him, you claim. Okay? But have a good time. Watch football. All the rest of it. Love your neighbor. Take care of each other. Vin out!
Wait. Look, here it is.
Tool Sober reaction video, April 14th.
Wait, let me see what happened to it.
What happened to it? Blocked by the fascists at Tool. Okay. Killer Marauder, give me your email address, okay? Send me an email, vinandstory@gmail.com. We're going to mine that video and get it to you because you want to see Sober. So we're going to...
why don't we just download it here and then upload it to Rumble? Can we upload it to Rumble?
Yes. Okay, so find us at Vin and Story, okay, on Rumble. Let me set that up for you. I'm going to put the link in the description. We're staying extra late, but it's okay. Hold on. It's at rumble.com. And then I'm going to find our channel in Rumble. I'm going to put that in the thingamajiggy for you, my homie. And we're going to upload that to Rumble. And so you should be able to see it shortly. Boom bap. Okay, there it is for you, Mr. Killer Marauder. There he goes. Okay? So go there. Go there, and then we will do it. Dr. Reginald McNugget says, y'all need to do Coma by Guns N' Roses if you haven't yet. Yeah, man, Guns N' Roses killed us on the thingamajiggy, on the copyright thing, on the YouTube side. They almost literally shut down our channel. But we have a whole like catalog of Guns N' Roses reactions. And obviously, since we found Rumble and Twitter, we can also put those up. So yes, Guns N' Roses are back. We should probably shoot an update video to let people know, because people stopped doing Guns N' Roses after... making those requests after that. And you'll notice that there's not a bunch of reactors reacting to Guns N' Roses because they're crazy about it. But we can do it going forward. Yes, I'm looking at Soraya. She's uploading it right now. Is that at 99%?
I think so.
Already? Yeah, so we did that for you, Killer Marauder, whoever you are. So there you are. You're gonna put that ugly one up there.
This?
My God, yeah. That's an eye catcher.
Hideous.
All right, guys. Love your neighbor. Take care of each other.
We are the media. Oh, no.
Yes, it's the wrong channel. I'm very, very proud of myself today. This is a 16-hour day, bitches.
Ridiculous.
24 hours up, 16 hours working. This is all about it. This is what it's about, dear listener. Have a good day, Americans. You too. Have a good day.
Yes.
Repent of not being an American controller, and the Lord will accept you. No Europeans in heaven.
It's getting uploaded right now, so it'll be up very soon.
It'll be up in like 5 minutes,
It says video upload complete. So.
Yeah, it says it's complete.
Oh, wait, look. That means I can share it?
Yeah, share it. Give me the link.
Please wait while your video... It's 33%. Okay.
While we claim your video? Is that what it says? Encoding server to claim video. Okay. Yeah, send me... They have a link already?
Yeah.
Boom. Send me that link. And we're going to put that link right in there for Mr. Marauder. Look at the service here. Immediate.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not entertained? That's what happens. Like when you get past that, oh, I need to sleep nonsense that everybody does. You see how productive you can be? This is just the beginning. Okay, this says private video. So we're going to have to make that public.
Wait, how does that... Why would it do that?
It's probably private because it hasn't...
I think it's just because it's...
Yeah,
it's doing this.
Refresh it.
Ouch.
Okay, so let me see.
It's at 33%.
It's at 33%. Okay, so wait about 10-15 minutes. Get yourself a soda, and you should be good. But there is the link right there for you, my man, or my lady, whatever you need. It should be there for you. It should be good in about 10-15 minutes. All right, guys. Thank you very, very much. Thank you all the new people that showed up. Thank you all 36 of you in and Twitter and all the rest of it. You guys are some real life gangsters. We love y'all. Happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy it. After Thanksgiving, we're coming right back and grind. So be here or be square, losers. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Go.